it's yours, but still in me. I cannot detox from this condition, conviction. You're inside my misery box. I'm still never free from this addiction, affliction. Now it's yours, but still in me. Cannot detox from this condition, conviction. You're inside my misery box. I don't deserve you. You stay true. I want to save you from my misery. You couldn't save me from my misery. I'm addicted to my misery box. Addicted to my misery box.
Oh, yes, Best Chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello to you, Best Chat. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hello to you. Another Thursday on Morning Nonsense Chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We had a fantastic Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now a fantastic Thursday so far. And we're going to keep marching down that road of nonsense, diving deep into that, fetid waste bin. We're checking out, chat. I've got some stuff to go over today, some interesting stuff. So, last time I said, hey, we're going to check out this long video if we reach an extra, the goal of the day. And we did. We watched the Warcraft animation, which is a lot of fun, actually, a lot of fun. But today, chat, I decided to go ahead and do the other one that I mentioned, which is how Game of Thrones ruined all endings forever, which I can see the argument for. Especially because I feel like Game of Thrones kind of ruined a lot of things forever, at least for a while. Maybe not forever, but at least for a while. Like how everything after Game of Thrones had to be like dark and gritty and grounded, and also drab in terms of colors and everything had to be washed out. And also the most egregious, it all had to be this ensemble cast. So we had to have like 400 million trillion main characters, with every main character having their own entourage of other characters. This never-ending parade of characters, never-ending characters. Like, you don't need a bajillion characters to make a good story. You just don't. It's not necessary. But ever since Game of Thrones happened, everything has to have a million characters, and even worse, individual episodes don't really matter anymore. That's also another thing that kind of came with the Game of Thrones thing. I mean, maybe not Game of Thrones itself, but it was definitely one of the spearheads of what happened, of the trend that would follow, which is you go watch a season, right? And it's like it's all basically one gigantic big lump of movie. It's kind of all together. Each individual episode doesn't really matter anymore, right? It doesn't really matter. Like you watch episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's like they all kind of blend together, as opposed to like way back when you heard we were talking about like old school TV, when you had like a series that was episodic, and each episode had its own identity, its own like face, its own name. Every week's like, oh yeah, I remember that episode, or that episode, or that episode. Now we kind of remember events, and that's not bad. It's kind of like Game of Thrones. It worked for Game of Thrones, that sort of thing. But after that, it's like because of the fame of Game of Thrones, right? Because of the popularity of Game of Thrones, it really sparked that the notion in some people, I guess, it's that kind of evolved into we need to have the entire season become like one big story. That's about it. Like every episode is like one chapter in a book, but with less identity. You so essentially, yeah, we remember events, not really so much episodes. And as, again, not necessarily bad thing, but people kind of ran with it. And here's the issue: it became the same issue as modern day comics. Um, I know people kind of want to say that, oh, people don't like modern day comics because they're woke, and that's partly true. And it's not really because they're woke; it's because it's what happens when something becomes woke, right? It's the process of becoming woke that kind of drive people away. Not necessarily the politics, right? Some people might not care, but it's like it's the idea of putting something else over the story, whether it be religion, politics, yourself, like with Mary Sue's. But that's kind of what happened in a large portion with American comics is that a lot of things came first before the story. It's kind of why you can pick up a Spider-Man comic today and then you can go through an entire issue without seeing Spider-Man for very long. And where's the action stuff? But also it's the same thing there too. It's like the same. There's another reason why American comics have failed. It's because of the same mentality as the Game of Thrones thing, where it's like, okay, we have an entire run going, right? There's a storyline going, and we're chopping up between issues. But because everything is about decompressed storytelling, and we're counting on, like, I'm getting, okay, say I'm a writer at Marvel, I'm told I'm getting 10 issues to write this thing, right? So what they'll do is they'll do the Game of Thrones thing. Every issue is like a chapter of a story, or not even. It's like what they think a chapter of the story is like. So it's like, okay, well, this chapter is a chapter where they talk. This chapter is a chapter where they discover something. This chapter is where they do something else, and this chapter is where they fight. So it's kind of like that. Okay, it's like they're putting something else above the storyline or what the story was meant to be. So to put it simply, so there's entire issues that are just dead weight in these storylines, these story runs. And it's the same thing that we got with Game of Thrones, right? With every episode kind of carries a story, a little chunk of the story. It doesn't have to be necessarily like a big action episode. It could be an episode where a bunch of people do a lot of talking. And that's kind of, it works in Game of Thrones because a lot of talking is part of the vessel of the story. Because when you do a lot of talking in Game of Thrones, there's meaning behind it. At least at the beginning there was. It's about politics or some news or some revelation. But superhero stuff is supposed to be about the action, about fighting bad guys and vanquishing villains. So when when a pretentious writer thinking that they are the next Alan Moore gets assigned a storyline in Spider-Man or Superman or Batman, it's like they're like, okay, how many issues do I have? Oh, you're getting 10 issues to complete the storyline. Literally stuff, just nothing happens in entire issues where nothing happens because you don't need it, because they're not thinking about how to sell this issue. They're thinking about the story overall and how it's going to look in the trades, right? The gay Green Lantern storyline, right? There's not a lot of Green Lantern going on. I mean, aside from the gay sex, which they do have a lot in that storyline, nothing really happens. Nothing really happens. It's kind of like they're just focused on emotional drama as opposed to physical drama. But even aside from that, nothing really happens per issue. When ideally, when you're dealing with a superhero story, every issue should be action packed. Every issue should be like, we have a problem, we're heading towards a solution, and then we get some physical confrontation. We get a fight, maybe more than one fight per issue. But because of Game of Thrones, where it's like, okay, we're not thinking about every issue, we're thinking about the story in like the entire season overall. And okay, this issue didn't have anything in it. He didn't even become Spider-Man this issue. But the next issue or the issue after that, that's when he gets to be Spider-Man, as opposed to what it used to be like, where every issue he's like, just time to dress up. Here's the conflict for this 24-page section, which is a big difference, and it becomes very pretentious. I think this is way better, but I think it's the same thing. It's at least very similar in mentality to how Game of Thrones is run. Again, it worked for Game of Thrones. The only thing that happened to Game of Thrones was that they ran out of book, and they started they got very pretentious, and it started floundering on their own. But it works. It worked in Game of Thrones. Like all that stuff worked in Game of Thrones. It does not work, however, in every genre and every story. Not every single time. But anyway, chat. Anyway, Call good morning, LD and Bez chat. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Junebug may cry. He says, had me worried. Staying up in my ruin my sleep so I can watch you. Hello to you, Junebug. Hello to you. Don't worry, we're marching on today. Don't worry. So the thing is, a little bit. It takes a few more minutes now because I have to do Rumble, and I guess I can attach Rumble to StreamYards, but I have to go to Rumble first, create the stream over there first, and then go to StreamYards and create the stream in StreamYards again separately. And then because I guess it doesn't really connect so well with Rumble, so I didn't have to connect it. I have to select Rumble and then select the stream I made on Rumble so that StreamYards can read it. So it takes another extra 5 to 10 minutes sometimes, but I got it. I got it. Let's see. I think that my purse is. I don't know you. Are going to need to his own intro if he keeps coming on? Yeah, I think so too. It's the that's my purse. I don't know you. As the ball says, when your morning routine is wrecked because you forgot to do laundry yesterday, that does suck. You go for some clean clothes. You have none. That does suck. Yeah. Let's see. David Duckworth, good morning. Hello to you. Carnage Ketchel says, good morning. Let have Rumble and Rebel chat. Let's get Carnage Ketchel. I'm going to get drink hardly on Thursday. Very well. Sounds pretty good to me. Knowing full well I have never watched Game of Thrones. Fantastic. I mean, it's pretty good for the most part. And it gets worse over time, but it's pretty good for the most part. At least in the beginning. And it works well for it. But yeah, not every show and every story needs to be Game of Thrones. Like not every comic book story needs to be Watchmen. I took heavy inspiration from Watchmen for Dr. Alpha, but obviously it's not Watchmen. Because I like superheroes. Alan Moore does not because he's British, I guess. British people don't really like superheroes. I don't know why, but they just don't. They like the idea around superheroes, but they don't like superheroes. They think it's silly. They think it's silly American garbage. But they like the meaning of around superheroes, like around heroes in general. So I don't know about that. But the thing is, I like Watchmen in terms of how much meaning it put into its story, how it used the characters to explore the story. So I used that for Dr. Alpha, although Dr. Alpha is more goofy, and I do like to embrace the goofiness of superheroes. I do like that, especially with Dead Man's on the Bike. A little bit more goofiness in there. And if I'm able to get the money back I put into Lady Midnight, then I can actually jumpstart the more Dr. Alpha comics and finish the Dead Man's Lullaby trilogy. See what Nolan's Batman trilogy did to comics / fiction in general. Everyone trying to emulate that style with varying degrees of success. Yes, also with Nolan's Batman trilogy, a lot of people kind of followed that route, and like, okay, our superhero story must now also be grounded and everything. Well, I mean, you can't do that with every superhero because that's not what superheroes are supposed to be. Superheroes are not supposed to be grounded, and it's like it's kind of like that Ben Shapiro clip, like Boy Scouts should be boys, and like where's that written? And he's like, in the word Boy Scouts, but where's it written that superheroes must be wacky and everything? And can it be grounded? Well, it's in the word superhero. All right, if they're regular grounded heroes, they would be just heroes. All right, like, but they're superheroes. All right, the idea of them being a little wacky, a little extraordinary, a little strange, a little over the top is in the name, superheroes. So it's part of it, and we expect it. Even Nolan's Batman had like some over the top moments in there, but but people who tried to make superheroes as grounded and gritty, and they wear hoodies and jeans as opposed to some cool outfit or costume. That's you're kind of like, you're not really making superheroes at that point. You're just making like a regular thriller or something, which I do like still. But I prefer my superheroes to be kind of a little bit wacky. It's kind of like, you go to McDonald's, you expect a little bit of the poison. This is a bad comparison, but you go somewhere, you go to Chuck E. Cheese, you want the little feel of nostalgia. You want that feel of fun and everything, right? You go someplace, you kind of want what it's known for. You're in the mood for that. I guess the better comparison would be if I went to Burger King and bought a salad. Like, why would I buy a salad at Burger King? Why would I buy a salad at Taco Bell for that matter? It's like karma coming. What are you doing buying lettuce at Taco Bell? What the hell? But yeah, with superheroes, you kind of like taking away the goofiness is like taking away some of the flavor, some of the fun that you should be getting with that. That's what it's supposed to be. It's like a the superhero genre is full of like interdimensional gods and alien wackaloons and all kinds of like super beings coming in and all kinds of stuff. Now, I guess you can have street level superheroes where they're fighting, street level crime, but even then, it's melodramatic and it's fun and it's over the top. The street criminals are extraordinary or something like that, or the street criminals are set up for meeting something extraordinary. So, yeah, I mean, the Nolan Batman was an interesting experiment, and it was fun and did a lot of cool things. But I don't think it should be the mainstay of where superheroes should go. Is get more and more grounded, get more and more mundane. People still have them wear a costume. At least Batman still wore his costume, and also I would say at least Batman still wore his costume a lot. And it's not like today where they're just really embarrassed about the costume. Like they'll have him in the costume for like one scene, and then it's back to the jeans and hoodie. I'd say good morning, Lady Fastlot. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I added Lady Fastlot to the list of donors. Fantastic for the sponsors of the stream. Thank you very much, Lady Fastlot. Appreciate it. And Libra Wolf, get your coffee. Dr. E. Ryan the Force says, good morning, LD and Best Chat. I finished my shift at the hospital and officially finished my internal ward rotation. Next is surgery. Well, that's going to be interesting. Well, good luck to you, Dr. E. Ryan the Fourth, and congratulations. Carter Kitchen says, more Lit and Best Chat. There's here's to another thirsty Thursday with some good drink. The Odyssey is normie slop. I mean, it turned out to be. It's really funny seeing the feminists that Nolan tried to appease, not only disliking the film, but making a super harsh critique of the film. Limp Bizkit, good morning, LD and Chad. Hello to you, Limp Bizkit. Good morning. Let's see. Shattering Tronics says, I'm morning all. We'll help to you, Shattering Tronics. Let's see here. Let's see. Get this. See here. I actually have this week's comic strip done already. Very cool. I just need to figure out which of my other projects I can do during draw time until I need the next project. Fantastic. Well done, Shattering Tronics. This is tough to keep up with creative projects. It really is. Let's see, chat. All right. Well, good luck to you, Shattering Tronics. Very cool. Up, down, down. Hail, everyone. Going to see brand new day soon, so I won't be here for the whole stream, especially if the whole crew shows up and extends in the next hour. Well, good luck to you, up, down, down. Hope it's well. Hope it's a good movie. Hope it's pretty cool. Let's see. Up, down, down says, as much as I like how a little more ruined comics a bit, George Martin ruined film stories. I think so. At least the people who like those things went ahead and ruined whatever it is afterwards, whether it be comics or shows or whatever. It's kind of why I didn't watch Andor, because I was like, well, okay, so the first episode is not complete. It's just like it starts with the inciting incident, and it just kind of goes on until it kind of ends. It doesn't complete anything. There's no arc that it completes. And even I know people might say that, okay, well, it's supposed to be one big part of a gigantic storyline from, I don't know, the first season or whatever. But it's like, no. This because one section of a big storyline does not mean it itself can be garbage. It does not mean it itself can be incomplete. It needs to have an arc inside of itself that also kind of feeds into a larger arc altogether. Like early new Doctor Who with like Chris Eccleston. Like every episode was an adventure, but it all built up to the Bad Wolf climax. Hello to you, Abragioni. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello to you, Abragioni. Trigger Demigod says, good morning, everyone. Happy related birthday to Peter Cullen. Belated birthday to Peter Cullen. Till all are none. He's I can't believe he's still alive. That's good. Glad he is. Allowable Man says, yeah, it really depends on what the story centers around. Yeah. You don't know, it doesn't always need to be Game of Thrones. Gunblade Knight says, good morning, LD and Best Chat. Praise be to Space King. Hello to you. Allowable Man says, decompressed storytelling is a pretty big problem. Yeah, definitely. Especially because the people who are doing it don't know how to do it. I think that here's an episode, here's an issue of a comic, right? And it's nothing happens in it. It's like, okay, it's decompressed, but there's a reason why stories are compressed sometimes, because sometimes you don't really need an entire episode of them eating at a restaurant or something where nothing happens. By the way, you can have like something thrilling happening in a restaurant. You can have like high tension of two guys just eating in a restaurant, but they don't. All right, these usually have like two people eating in a restaurant and nothing happening. Let's see, chat. A Megalathon. Good morning, LD and Best Chat. Man, Misery Box. LD is so good. I'm glad you like it, Megalathon. Glad you enjoy it. I would say it's a theme of Lady Midnight. It's kind of the central song of the property, the IP. Hello to you, TK Ultra. Good morning, good morning. Hello to you. Good morning, Nerd Chat. Hello to you, Book Golem. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And good morning to you, Allowable Man too. Hello, hello, hello. It's a great night. Says good morning, Literature Devil and Best Chat. I read Captain America, The Winter Soldier. It's pretty good. Vastly different from the movie. There's enough there to be its own show. That's pretty cool. I never actually read that one, I don't think. Let's see, chat. All right. Dr. Rutherford, hot take. Nolan's Batman trilogy did more bad than good for superheroes movies, like especially the Joker. I like Joker. I like both of them. But the thing is, it's the Nolan trilogy was really good. But people took the wrong lessons. Some people took the wrong lessons from the Nolan trilogy. Yeah, absolutely. Where are we now? Yeah, how is the new Halo game? I hear the I think Fake Wizard came out with the real Fake Wizard came out and said it was garbage or something. Let's see. Carl Token Nerd says, hi all, sorry to be a bit late and sorry I missed the last 2 days. Welcome back, Carl Token Nerd. I've been so busy. Once you started moving, you never seem to stop, do you? It's kind of how it works, yeah. But welcome back, Carl Token Nerd. Welcome. All right, chat. We got a guest in the back room. Let's see who this could possibly be.
Don't talk to me. I know you're a pervert under there.
Yeah.
And welcome, Stu of the Stu Crew.
Good morning. Are we winning today?
I think so. I think we might be.
That's good. Yeah, I wanted to ask tell your guys, like, enjoy Brand New Day. I wish I could enjoy Marvel movies anymore. I just can't, man. I'm not at all in. You remember when that one Spider-Man movie came out and it was like all the Spider-Mans together? It wasn't the cartoon. It was it No Way Home or something?
Yeah, they had like 3 of them together, I think.
Yeah, and I like Tobey Maguire and all them. Man, like what a great time that was. And now it's just like I can't even like work up the effort to pretend to care about Spider-Man, you know?
Yes. I think people like Spider-Man. I think those movies have been pretty good overall. As far as I've heard, I haven't seen any of them. Yeah. But I think it's like how terrible Marvel has been altogether. It kind of just ruins the whole package.
Yeah, I have superhero fatigue because I just don't trust it. Like if I could trust it, I could watch it. Like Alex turned on Dexter for the first time, and I started watching not Dexter's Lab, the
serial killer,
the serial killer guy, and like that's a fun show, and I could see why it had such a huge female fan base. That is like girl gooner show. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely. There's some crazy things that happen in Dexter. There's this whole thing where the leader of the lady who leads the department, I guess, the homicide department. It's a woman, right? She's Cuban and stuff.
Yeah.
And then she leads this whole big gigantic witch hunt against for the ice truck killer. And it's against an innocent man, and she doesn't get fired because she can't get fired because she's a Cuban woman. So she just gets sidelined, and then they get another minority woman to lead up the Cuban the homicide division. And here's what happens. So that the other lady, the previous lady, goes ahead and seduces and sleeps with the new lady's husband, and that drives the new lady insane. And so she's like starts using department resources to keep an eye on him and find out what's going on, which a big no.
Yeah.
And so she gets fired, and the lady that was fired beforehand gets her job back.
That's so funny.
Our hero.
Oh my god, like it's such a and also I finally recognized that meme of the black guy looking suspiciously, because I've been seeing that one a while, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? And,
He's from Dexter. Yeah, it's Dokes. He's just always suspicious of Dexter.
And he's like aggressively mean, like hilariously and aggressively mean to Dexter.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker. I think he became two memes. He was a surprise motherfucker guy, and he was also the I suspect but can't prove yet guy.
Like it was pretty good. I had a hard time going to bed last night just because I wanted to see what was going to happen next, and apparently that show's been on for like 8 years. Like,
yeah, and they're getting a new season, or they got a new season.
Well, that sounds awesome. Like, congrats to Dexter fans for not having their show ruined, I guess.
I just watched a video about like could Columbo catch Dexter, and obviously the answer is yes.
Yeah,
it's like kind of the idea of like, oh yeah, would they bring back Columbo? Because after that incident, he heads up the department, and because they eventually go after the Bay Harbor Butcher, which is Dexter, and Columbo catches him pretty easily. It's like barely even an issue, barely an inconvenience. Let's see, Dr. Aaron the Fourth, thanks for the 6 shekels. Says, "Yo, Stu, what's up, my guy?"
Hey, Ronnie, nice to see you.
Let's see. By the way, Stu, did you see this? It's a Variety article, an interesting Variety article, because it's about the Odyssey translator Emily Wilson slams Christopher Nolan's abysmal screenplay to quote, "I would be ashamed to have written any part of this script."
That's insane. When they referenced her and honored her so much, and she's like, "Dude, you did it wrong." Like when the feminist tells you that your work is too feminist. And, oh man, delicious irony.
Christopher Nolan's like, "Oh yes, I'm so woke. I'm so a part of I'm such a great ally." And then she's like, "No, you're not. This sucks."
Like that's oh man, I'd be embarrassed. I'd be so fucking embarrassed. Like you had it on easy mode and you fumbled it. Like, how did you even do that?
We got the feminist translation and everything. And then the feminist translator is like, "Oh, this sucks." And she's complaining about stuff that's really interesting too. Like, why isn't there more war? Like, why didn't we get to see Odysseus be awesome? Like, this is what her complaints were. Like, why isn't Odysseus more awesome? Why isn't of course she complained about not having any sex scenes because she's a feminist, but like,
wow,
other things too. Like, she's like, where's all the Odyssey in this Odyssey movie?
It's so funny too, because like if you look at Rotten Tomatoes, like what is it? The Odyssey has a higher rating than Lord of the Rings right now, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, Lord of the Rings is really, really good.
Yeah,
not even close.
Like it's well, that's how you know. That's how you know like this shit is nonsense, because there's no fucking way that your movie is better than Lord of the Rings, you know?
Especially after some people found out that they were artificially keeping it up on Rotten Tomatoes, like the score high, and they found out there was actually like the user reviews were like 50 or 60 some instead of 90. This is like they were keeping it artificially pumped up to the roof. It's a let me see.
Yeah,
right.
So yeah, the feminist who they expected like easy praise from was even like, "Nope, you did it wrong." That's so good.
It's abysmal. I would have been ashamed to have been a part of this. Oh man, it's rough. It's rough.
Like, so it's actually incredible the fact that like I'm actually feeling like a lot of respect for her for saying that too. Like, thank you. Like, thank you.
It's like she's not even complaining about how like, oh, it doesn't respect women enough. It's like, where's all the Odyssey? She's like, why isn't Odysseus more awesome? It's like, You know that meme that was by Stone Toss of like this tug of war people?
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah, that one.
huh?
Yeah.
Like, huh?
Oh my God, there was someone apparently. There is stuff happening in the background of my life, and someone found a tweet of someone complaining about me specifically that I follow Stone Tossed on Twitter, and it's. I was like, did you miss the part where I also follow Barack Obama and Hassan Piker? Like,
I also follow Stone Toss. I do not, however, follow Barack Obama or Hassan Piker.
well, I follow every. Well, if you want to stay politically informed, you got to know what these people are saying to each other, and so I follow them to see what they're saying to each other. You know.
I don't follow Hassan Piker, but I still see a bunch of his tweets.
Yeah. Well, that's because like Hassan, not Hassan. That's because Asman is responding to him pretty frequently.
Let's see. That's true. Icatrice Litdam, have you seen the Odyssey's TV miniseries yet? I think I started it, but I do know it exists. I do know it exists. But let's see here. I want to. Does this actually work?
The Odyssey translator Emily Wilson slams.
Oh, it's an AI voice. Okay. Let me see here, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Right. But let's check out this article. I want to see what it says. I think they have her entire quote here. Somewhere. So in Christopher Nolan cited Emily Wilson's 2017 translation of the Odyssey as an influence on his own interpretation of Homer's epic poem while on the press tour for the latest blockbuster. Wilson is not returning the favor. It's a negative review of Nolan's The Odyssey for the London Review of Books via The Guardian. Also, Wilson criticized Nolan's adaptation for lacking psychological, emotional, political, and ethical depth. So, basically, all the things that she wanted to see there didn't really happen all that well. Not so good. Not so good. Wilson criticized Nolan's adaptation for lacking all this. The author, who is also a professional of classical studies, because a lot of feminists are professors of history, so they can distort it with feminist propaganda. That's actually been going on for a while. But the University of Pennsylvania added that Nolan's The Odyssey has nothing convincing to say. Man, this is the no mercy. Alex Halo, there's the $5 super chat. Yes. And the Fate series Odyssey would be so much better than the movie ever could be. I mean, it'd probably be more faithful too. I mean, overall, I think it's like the same thing I had with superheroes. Like superheroes, they're supposed to be a little bit over the top, a little bit goofy. You know, we don't really want to go. Not every superhero thing needs to be grounded and boring. Right, more boring and washed out. That could be with no color. Right. It's fun to experiment in this stuff. It's fun to experiment with Watchmen. It's fun to experiment with realistic grounded superhero like Nolan's Batman trilogy. I want to go back to normal superheroes where they're positive figures of morality, fighting the good fight against evil. That's what we want to see, and not just normal mundane evil. Like we want to see them fight gods and crazy alien warlords and I don't know, evil Amazon queens or something like that. I want to see that stuff. It's gonna be awesome. But I think the Odyssey has the same issue. We kind of need to have the fantastical moments of the Odyssey. The Odysseus was a demigod, essentially. I think he was pretty much a demigod on the same, not exactly the same as Hercules or whatever, but like he was of a godly bloodline, and he was awesome. This is kind of the end of it. He was a pretty amazing figure of history, or at least of myth. Let's see. Although it was very good at conveying big bangs and big giants. I think this is what she said. Mm-hmm. I hope the Nolan's affinity with these Homeric themes might push him to a new creative heights and enable him to conjure more believable characters. But the Odyssey features his unusual combination of grandiosity and superficiality. The film's vision is too confused Its characters too underdeveloped to deliver what it half promises in terms of big ideas. Although it is very good at conveying big bangs and big giants. I feel like when she says big bang, she means boom.
Yeah.
Wilson's scathing review reads, man, he also goes on to say, Nolan's Odyssey lacks many of the elements that make the poem great. It has nothing convincing to say about time, memory, war, or about the relations between one's warrior's glorious return and the lives of his family, adversaries, comrades, friends, and neighbors. He's complaining about, like, why isn't there more stuff? Where's there's all the meat to the story? And that's psychological, emotional, political, and ethical depth. Its narrative structure is gimmicky. The wiring is abysmal. None of the characters has a convincing motivation for their actions or words, Stu. And worst of all, Stu, sex scenes. And all the horrible. What the hell?
Does that actually say that? There's no sex scenes. Oh,
there's no sex scenes.
Wow.
That's the real issue, I think, because every single woman's story has to have a lot of sex scenes and a lot of beautiful looking food. Well, this has neither.
you right. God damn, Emily, go off, girl. Like, holy shit.
It's kind of that one thing you showed me, which is like the review is like, you promised me monster sex and you give me no monster sex.
That's right. It was just a monster romance with no sex scenes. You fucking hack.
Yeah, that was funny. It's like review, like just some woman reviewing this monster romance story. It's like you give me monster romance with no sex scenes. What the hell? This sucks.
She was so mad. She was so mad. Like,
let's see. Nolan sung Wilson's praise during his press tour. Nolan was groveling at the altar of Emily Wilson, but the goddess, the feminist goddess, did not return the favor. To her humble suppliant. The Odyssey telling Empire magazine that he used the opening line of her translation. Tell me about a complicated man. It's dumb. I mean, that's a dumb opening line. This translation has been awful. As a guide for bringing his Odysseus, Matt Damon. What's the other guy's name? Mark something. Mark Wahlberg. I always confuse Matt Damon and Mark Wahlberg. They look exactly the same. To life on the big screen. But Wilson concluded of Nolan's film, I would be ashamed to have written any part of this script.
Insane. What a gal.
Ashamed.
What a gal.
Let's see here. Alex Halo, thanks to the 2 superchats. A Fate series, we promise you hentai scenes. Yeah, there's I guess you would like the Fate Odyssey better. Still Will knows Fate is not shy away from sex scenes.
It really don't. In fact, it's such a big thing. Like, Type Moon has such funny sex scenes that when I went back to go read Tsukihime, like, because in Fate, all the sex scenes were plot needed. They needed to have sex. You don't understand, Lid Dev. They needed that mana transfer to happen. And
yeah, so, how else you can get mana back?
Yeah, exactly. And then when I went back and read Tsukihime and the main characters were having sex, I called my buddy. I'm like, bro, why are they having sex? And he's like, well, they like each other. I was like,
well,
oh, all right. People do that sometimes.
Well, I mean, they like each other, so
yeah.
What? I thought this only occurred when two people hate each other. That's what the internet told me.
Right.
And see, Dave Busman says, "Did you guys see that Elon wants to use Grok to create a faithful adaptation of the Odyssey?" Yeah, I would prefer they get Mel Gibson, because that was another one that Elon responded to, was someone saying we should get Mel Gibson to do the Odyssey, and Elon's like, "Yes, I will give him the money to do that."
Like, absolutely. Mel Gibson's like our guy, man. Come on, give him money.
All Mel Gibson has to do is give the Odyssey the Apocalypto treatment. Like, get people from Greece, no celebrities, have it all done in Greek and stuff, like he did with Apocalypto, where it's all done in Mayan. So it's not like it's impossible. I mean, he's the guy that does that sort of thing. The evil racist Mel Gibson is the guy who said, I'm only using indigenous people I'm going to only use like a actual casting. You know, the actual locals are going to be in this movie. That's what the evil racist Mel Gibson. That's how he operates.
Mm-hmm.
And see, Tamer Spoon 3 says, I think Disbrew or Little Platoon talked about this. Her translation is technically accurate, but it doesn't read like how you would expect Homer to read. Yeah, it's probably like up to date. It's probably where he got the idea from. And after when you use it for the modern vernacular.
Well, it's probably like like a English textbook, like reading Shakespeare, like the original Shakespeare language, as in like his actual diction and pacing and stuff. It's so like archaic today that it's very, very difficult to grasp. So you have like another translation on the opposite page. And like that's for high schoolers and people who are struggling to get through it. And like if you're using it like that, I can kind of see, like I can like kind of get along with it, you know what I mean? Even if I'm sorry,
I can see that, just to get to think so they can understand for academic purposes.
Yeah, like that seems acceptable. And again, if this woman is just she's a classicist or classicist, whatever word that was.
Classist.
Yeah, she's a classist, one of those. And if she is one of those, then yeah, fuck it. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. It's really funny to me that of all things, she's like, oh yeah, the food looks awful and there's no sex scenes. But there's some really scathing moments, and you're like, yeah, I would have been ashamed to be part of this script.
I wonder what Emily would say if she was listening to Epic the Musical, because they removed all the scenes where Odysseus slept with Circe and Calypso too. And I felt that one was way more respectful than Nolan's Odyssey,
Probably. I mean, people like that one a lot more. It feels it's really funny because because the feminist this hates this film. It's really funny because they're all the people on Twitter are like, oh, this is the moment where we run the victory lap, that woke works and that woke actually is good and people love woke and stuff. Meanwhile, the feminist is like, no, it sucks. This is not good. It's all right, chat. All right, gonna get this updated. And I do have an extra video today, Chad. If we reach 400 today, I do have an extra video that we can dive into. It has Asmongold in it.
Ooh, Asmon.
Yeah.
So, what's it called? Can we get that?
The title of the video is called "Let Her Cook."
Okay.
It's about Warcraft. Let's see. So it's like Asmongold commentating on this girl's video about Warcraft and how it's well, she's gonna give you an opinion on it, and it's called "Let Her Cook." Whoa, David Musselman, the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, David Musselman. Very, very generous. Let me see here. Actually, I think it's this one. Well, there we go. Thank you much, David Musselman. Very, very generous. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Welcome to 10 new members of the Lit Legion. Hope you enjoy the past shows and the custom emojis. Thank you very, very much, David Musselman. Thank you very much. It's very generous. All right. It's all right. And that's a big one already. All right. Let me see here. I'm going to go ahead and update it real quick. There we go. Chat. We are 338 out of 400. Getting very close. The green rises. Absolutely. You know what? This is really funny to me because you would think if woke actually worked, they wouldn't be this endless failures. And then one possible success with all the might Hollywood has to muster to drag this across the finish line. I don't think it works. I'm not really sure it's working or not. I'm not really sure if it's working.
It certainly isn't, no. And there was a channel that I found recently. Asmon reacted to his an honest review of women's suffrage. And like I've been binge watching his videos. Oh my god. He like within 2 minutes he's able to like summarize everything like wrong and explain like the history of certain things. It's very refreshing.
He actually goes over the truth instead of just the emotional reaction to things that you're supposed to have over, intelligence. Very interesting stuff. I like some of these channels that do that. It's like, oh, here's the reality situation.
Well, the problem is whenever you talk to like a lot of Christians and stuff, and like I hate like shit talking Christians because they just get so much shit all the time. But like, there's just a lot of low voltage like Christians that don't know anything about anything. You know what I mean? Like
it's true. Yeah. I've gone to Christian school and church and stuff, so I do know that those exist.
Yeah, and it's very frustrating. And he's very much like an educated Christian who knows what he's talking about. He's just called like I think he's just called Basic Logic or whatever.
I think I've seen that guy before.
Yeah, he's real good. Yeah, if we want, I sent a video in our private chat called "Why Is Hollywood Like That?" That's one of his videos. It's less than 3 minutes long if you want to react to it.
It's pretty cool. But I do want to get to this one.
Sure, absolutely. It's your channel, man.
It's how Game of Thrones ruined all endings forever. Let's check it out. Oh, down this agreed Stu, tired of all these low voltage Christians and don't even read their Bible, let alone defend their faith. It's like the low voltage ones are the ones who are like, oh yeah, Jesus wanted us to be nice to everybody. It's vaguely nice to everybody, and they kind of run with that. They run with the Twitter version of what Christianity is.
Exactly, and that's the frustrating part. It's the Twitter version of Christianity. What a good way to put that.
Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's see how Game of Thrones destroyed all endings.
End. Words that many have come to associate. The end. Words that many have come.
We have not heard the end in a long time because, as they very wisely and accurately said in Deadpool and Wolverine, till you're 90. There is no end. Everything must stretch on forever.
To associate with fear, not out of the longing experienced when parting with a work of art that truly touched you, a longing marked by a void-like emotion that
where to touch you,
wreathes you and feels impossible to fill with anything else, but rather a type of fear that emerges from a trauma response, like an old wound that aches at the coming of inclement weather, a fear born of experience, a pain that aches with the memories of an ending blown, fumbled at the end zone, a defeat pulled from the jaws of victory. When something comes to an end, people don't get excited anymore. They get worried, and then they get mad.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, Jesus. On October 13th, 2023, Glitch Productions and Gooseworks released an animated pilot for the show The Amazing Digital Circus.
I love the millennial era. So Game of Thrones. So we're going to talk about the Game of Thrones and how it ruined all endings. So anyway, Digital Circus. Only in this era, Stu, can we go from Game of Thrones to Amazing Digital Circus in a minute or less. Good stuff.
Yet you kind of know where he's cooking. You kind of know where he's going.
It makes sense. It actually makes sense. You can connect it with the ideas. It's pretty funny. It can translate that. D&D is burnt out on GOT. That's why they were in. Oh, you mean the creators or the game?
The creators, yeah.
The creators.
Benioff and Weiss.
D&D.
Yeah.
They were burnt out on the GOT. That's why they were in a hurry to end it. What I've heard was that not only were they burnt out, they had an offer to do Star Wars, so they kind of wanted to do finish off Game of Thrones pretty quickly, and so they can hurry up and go to Star Wars.
That's so shameful. That's so fucking shameful that you would throw away Game of Thrones for Star Wars.
Well, my guess was they were so full of it. They were so high on their own supply that they're like, whatever we give them, it'll be good. Like whatever we give them will be just praised as a masterpiece because we're just that good. I mean, we've been for Game of Thrones to Star Wars. I mean, we're modern Shakespeare's. So that's my guess is what they were thinking. And going by what they gave us, I'm pretty sure they really thought very highly of themselves. That they were just the gurus of writing. Despite the fact that they really got their spurs because someone else was a good writer, not them.
It did okay. Over the course of 3 years, 8 total episodes were produced. As of right now, the total view count of the series sits around 1 billion views on YouTube alone. This level of popularity from a YouTube indie production was, at the time, completely unheard of. To put this level of popularity into perspective, a survey polled by Smith Geiger with assistance from Google tabulated that people from ages 14 to 24 had a 1 in 4 chance of even hearing about the show. That kind of cultural saturation is often reserved for media juggernauts like Marvel, and yet this tiny...
But however, it also gained the heights. I mean, Amazing Digital Circus also gained the height of like Marvel or something. Shaman Trunk says, believe it or not, LD, the Monkeys, interestingly enough, addressed that in their reunion special. The universe has continued after the story ends. We just don't get to see those events anymore. Yeah, that's what we wanted to have happen. Like they lived happily ever after. That's kind of usually addressed that sort of idea. But now it's like nothing can ever end anymore because they need to keep stirring that pot, keep getting that money. It doesn't matter if the new installments ruin the old ones. We just need more and new installments. Some superheroes should have just ended already.
I personally believe like the entire Marvel canon should just be done. Like just lay it to rest. Like we don't really like Marvel and DC doesn't need to continue like this anymore. We don't need any more of these stories because all the interesting stories with these characters have been told. That's why they're even they even greenlit the social justice stuff to begin with, because it's like when you've destroyed and rewritten your universe 6 times, both in and out of your canon, like what else is there? You know, like you're going post meta. Like you're so far like beyond what the story needed to be that you're telling just unnecessary stuff for the sake of commercialism. Your universe is done. Your universe is cooked. Call it quits. Just move on. But they will never do that. And the thing is, like in Japan, you know, they have a brand new series like once or twice a year, like several times a year. They're just constantly bringing in new stuff. Like Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm not in love with it, but that series, like that was fresh. That was out of the box, you know, battle shonen show with really esoteric ideas. And that never would have happened in America because we refuse to let go of a good thing and we run it into the ground until it's dead.
Yeah. It just again to your 90 is like it'll never stop. It'll never stop because it makes money. Why end it? Yeah,
and it gets to the point where like it ruins everything. Like it's no longer fun. It's no longer like that's it. It's just no longer fun. Just let it die. And like I would be happy if we never got another Batman story again because we have so much that we have right now. You know,
exactly. Like, do we really need another retelling of Batman? I guess we could if it's a cool, like, reimagination of it.
But what else is there to do with it, man? Like now we got like these crazy Batmans that's killing. He's like joined BLM or some shit, and he's like choking federal agents because the
ICE agents or something.
Yeah, like. It's this kind of shit, and it's like we don't need this. This isn't good. This isn't interesting. It's not fresh. It's not new. It's boring. And Stu can quickly pivot as a small business owner. He recognizes the value of the bigger businesses with the more layers of insulation between the decision maker and the public. Yeah, that's kind of what like that is the big thing too. It's corporatism. Corporatism is what low voltage people complain about capitalism. They understand that we waste our time like pursuing all these stupid things for money, but they don't understand the solution is to do new business, not give it away
government the reins.
Yeah, not to give it to the government.
Also, they love corporations. They always defend the corporations. They worship the corporations. It's kind of funny.
They do, and
they really like to go like this. They really like the corporations, like more than a friend. Mm-hmm. Anyway,
any indie studio had managed to capture the attention of a massive swath of the population, but Glitch, the animation studio who produced the show, was not interested in keeping it going indefinitely. The studio is best known for making...
By the way, for tomorrow, I will be talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds because I started, I think, Tuesday, and now I am now on episode 50.
Damn.
The show.
So you really like 5Ds. Got it.
Whoa, it's like bam, it's like boom, episode. It's like I need to know what happens next. It's this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, actually, like 5D's kind of cooked. Everyone makes fun of card games on motorcycles, but like by the 5th episode, it's like, yeah, another card game on a motorcycle.
Like in the show, it makes sense because usually it's like he's running from something, and yeah, is it kind of retarded why he has to duel like a little bit, but it doesn't really matter that much. He's like, aha, I'm the security guard. I'm chasing you. I want to arrest you, but you're too fast for me. So what I will do, I'll force you into a duel. And then if I win this duel, I get to arrest you. But if you lose, if you win the duel, then your 5-star rating goes down to 0, I guess. That's what happens, I suppose.
Yeah, of course.
It's just really funny. It's like, oh yeah, just talking about you say it's talking about oh yeah, he's my old friend. We used to bring order to the streets in the satellite. It's all there's gangs, gang warlords just roam the area. Except they're dual gangs. They're literally called dual gangs. And so what they did, they didn't fight in like brawls like Kuwabara or Joey and Tristan. They dueled everyone in the submission and brought order and peace to the land. It's like, okay, this is kind of dumb, but it's like if you replace physical fighting with dueling, it makes sense.
Can you imagine a world where like gangs are run by sweaty ass fucking like try hard gamer nerds, and
it's
like
so funny.
you would almost miss the violence because it's like, God, how do I beat this motherfucker? Like, even if you wanted to play along, and it's like, okay, less death is good. You've got to fight the sweaty nerd at the game that he made his life, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty interesting, but yeah, it's like these tough guys come out and like, all right, let's duel. You say it's a literal prison, and he's like the top guy, like, all right, I'm gonna teach you how. We're gonna duel right now. And if you lose this duel, I get to bang your ass or something like that. I don't know. It's like prison, like normal prison, but with dueling. Let's see. Call of Duty 2 says, LD, how'd you like fighting? I don't. I skip it every time, but the show is pretty good. Let's see. Megathons, it looks like going fast makes LD feel. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Even like when they're just dueling normally, it's like, because it's not just dueling on motorcycles. That one's actually a special kind of duel called turbo dueling, because they're like in a motorcycle. So it's just called turbo dueling, and then normal dueling is still a thing. So even when they switch up to where they're just dueling normally, like in the regular shows, it's still pretty good. Like it's still pretty intense, and they're dueling for like very interesting reasons. Like we have like a full on dark tournament level tournament going on, because the main guy is like, hey, you say I have captured all of your friends, and if you don't participate in this tournament, harm might befall them. That's the dark tournament from Yu Hakusho. So he has to participate. And the thing is that we also have Jack, Jack Atlas, which I thought someone was calling him a jackass. Like, jackass? Why did he say jackass in a Yu-Gi-Oh show? But no, his name is Jack Atlas. And so he's like the first kind of bad guy. He's like the Kaiba of the show. And then it turns out that he's not actually that bad of a guy. He's like a better person than Kaiba, because Kaiba would be like, I'm going to save the world, but only because they captured Mokuba or something like that. Jack is like, I'm going to save the world because that's the right thing to do. He's just kind of a jerk about it. But it's really good. I'm on like episode 50, and it's like keep on trucking. It's really good. I can see why someone said that. He will say that's better than the original show, because yeah, I like the original show a lot, but the original show had some like nonsense reasons why Yugi's dueling sometimes. Mm-hmm. But this show, it gives you like meaningful, tangible goals as to why they're dueling and where they're going and what things mean. Like in Battle City, it's like we must win this, Yugi, to save the world from what? And they never answer that question. Like from the gods destroying the world. I mean, that's vaguely kind of hinted at, but it's not. They're not saying from the gods will destroy the world or anything. And
also, the Norse gods are like a factor in 5Ds.
I think that might be the case. I mean, the 5D is a little bit goofy. Like there's a knight, and there's the knight. And but even then, he's still pretty cool. So I can see the Norse gods being a thing in 5Ds. But yeah, in the regular show with Yugi and everything, it's kind of like this. What what are you saving the world from again exactly? It can't be Merrick because that's retarded. Like we set this whole thing up with crypt keepers and whatever to defend the pharaoh, so he can wake up again to defend the world from his darkness. That supposedly he's defending the world against during Battle City. But the darkness is Merrick. So you essentially set this whole system that made the darkness that you want to defend the pharaoh from. Like that can't be the reason. Like he can't be the darkness for that reason. Like that'd be stupid. Because that would mean that they made their own darkness.
Unironically, people are talking about synchro summoning. Synchro summoning is my favorite type of summoning, man. Like it's so much fun. I don't know what it was when synchro summoning came out. I went full in. A lot of people hated it. I was like the one guy in my friend group who was like, "Yeah, fucking synchro."
I mean, in the show, I'm like, "Yeah, he's synchro summoning the dragon or something," because when he secret summons, it's usually because he's in a dire straits or he's like losing. I don't want him to lose. Because he's dueling for like insane reasons. Like he's like there's like Yugi never had as bad as Yusei does. Because Yugi had magic. Yusei is just a dude. I guess a signer, but like he doesn't really have magic. He just had like they made it very clear that he's not good because he's a signer. He's a signer because he's good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he's not better because he's a signer. He's really good and that's why he's a signer. So it's like he's like one things is that first of all he's trying to break out of the satellite area to go get revenge on his brother that betrayed him. It's like very Count of Monte Cristo. And he's going back to he doesn't really care what happens to him. He goes to jail, gets killed, doesn't matter. He's like going down this pipeline and he gets caught by Trudge and he has to do this duel while trying to race for his life. Like he has to do a duel while also trying to cover 8 miles in 3 minutes so that he can get out of the pipeline before it starts filling up with trash again. That'll just kill him. And he barely makes it. He does like this really cool like drifting maneuver to make it. It's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then he finds Jack and they duel illegally, and then he ends up in prison. And then he has to duel the top dog of the prison because it's still prison, so he has to fight the toughest guy there, or else he gets made into a bitch. And then he duels the warden, who's cheating. Like the warden is like, haha, you had no cards. And then Yusei has a duel with like a bunch, this cobbled together deck that everyone has, like just from cards everyone brought. Yeah. And that's not bad enough. He's chained, so every time he takes life point damage, he gets shocked with his chain. And then the warden doesn't get shocked because he rigged it in his favor. And then the warden also gets hints from the cameras looking at Yusei's cards. So like, man, this is a lot of stacked against him. And then he wins, and then he gets freed from jail, and then he gets followed and tailed by suits and stuff. It's crazy. And this is like the next thing he has to do. He has to break out his motorcycle, and then he has to duel Trudge again. And it's really insane. And all throughout, he basically has the personality of Yami Yugi. He's not a bitch like little Yugi. Like he's like the personality of Yami Yugi. Mm-hmm. And then he has the gravitas of say like a Kaiba or something like that. He can beat people up and stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's like the best parts of Yami Yugi and the best parts of Kaiba were molded together to make Yusei. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. And then we have like what's his name? Black Rose is like I guess his love interest eventually.
Yeah, and, just straight up, they give him a smoking hot girlfriend. Like, it's like, yeah, no, this guy, he rides motorcycles. Yeah, he's got a girl obsessed with him. Yeah, of course.
He's a complete badass.
Yeah.
This guy's an action hero who duels. Like, instead of guns, he has card games and stuff. But and then he's like saving her. He like saves her from herself. Also, she's awesome. Like she's really good at. She's like a witch or something. People think she's a witch, but she has like psychic powers. And then he has there's like a little girl who's like a Narnia kid, like she went to Narnia or something. I'm like, this is awesome.
Dude, I do not know what they were smoking like when they came up with 5Ds, but man,
Use some of that.
they unironically cooked. They went for it, and they're just like, what if we just did the craziest thing?
Like, man, up pass, bro. But I'll go in more depth tomorrow on Weeb Day. But that's just a little touch of like what I've been watching in terms of anime. So it's I've been liking 5Ds quite a bit. I can see why people. It's like the underlying storyline is like a more sane, lucid version of what the original show wanted to be. Duel's Kingdom was perfect, but Battle City not so much. It was cool because of the duels, but the reason why they were dueling and what they're trying to fight or whatever, it's like, okay, this is some vague threat to the world, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Very limited series, with Digital Circus being no different in that regard. Additionally, the creative minds behind the show, the artist known as Gooseworks, was steadfast in the idea that despite the generational levels of popularity the show had acquired, that it would end with the 9th and final episode. And this is a good thing. Art that has a clear idea of where it wants to finish is how some of the best creative works ever made were conceived. Full Metal Alchemist, Mr. Robot, The Good Place, all shows that knew how long they wanted to be from the very start and didn't overstay their welcome when they got there. Many of these shows left me wanting more, but ultimately I was glad that they ended on their own terms. So why then did the lead up to the premiere of the final episode of the
Gravity Falls is really good. That one ended pretty well too, I think, because it was building up to Weirdmageddon right from the first season.
Amazing Digital Circus made me feel this sense of creeping dread. The show up to this point has been nothing but excellent. The writing, the characters, the jokes. So what made me feel this way? And then I remembered May 19th, 2019, sitting on my couch staring at an end screen of the final episode of Game of
This sad music.
Thrones.
Yeah.
Nearly 10 years, all of my adult life spent watching one of the most consistently engaging pieces of art that I have ever seen put to television sputter out in one of the most embarrassing season finales I have ever seen. Every drop of my emotional energy had been spent agonizing over the lead up to this absolute shitter of a finale. I'll put some cultural context, as it happened almost 8 years ago and broadly started over 15 years ago. Game of Thrones was a phenomenon in a way that doesn't really happen anymore with television. You see, the early 2000s were the last real moment in culture which was shared by everyone. Dubbed the monoculture, you could go up to any random person walking down the street and ask them about some particular pop culture factoid, and most of the time, they would at least be aware of what you were talking about. And if you asked this hypothetical person about Game of Thrones, they would know what you were talking about. Up to that point in TV, there was a hard limit with what you could do. Certain genres of stories simply could not be done with the limits of budget that television provided. One such genre was fantasy. If a fantasy show was commissioned by a larger network, it would often be constrained in scope, forced to reuse assets, locations, and generally stretch every dime they had. As popular of a genre fantasy was, it had yet to catch on with TV audiences in a major way. TV audiences had yet to fall in love with it that was necessary to fund shows that could do swords and sorcery justice. And adapting a large-scale fantasy book, just forget about it. Then HBO comes in with a big sack full of cash and hands it over to D.B. Weiss and David Benioff and...
whenever I hear those two names together in that order, I'm like, I always think of that one episode of Scrubs where JD's like, I wish I had this opera singer guy to come in and tell me when I'm making a mistake. So every single time I hear Benioff and Weiss, I hear mistake.
That's funny.
Every time. Because they also got their hands on a Three-Body Problem, I think it's what it's called. It was like on Netflix or something like that, and they got to lead that project, and it also sucked. And Three-Body Problem was like a huge deal. It was people loved that thing. People loved that story. They did not love Benioff and Weiss's version of it at all. It crashed and burned like nobody's business. And whoa, Carl the Token Nerd with the 50-pound super chat. Thank you much, Carl the Token Nerd. Very generous. Let me see. There we go. Thank you very much. As the final episode of the Game of Thrones is so awful, I cannot find the words, except this. As thanks you for covering it. Well, thank you very much, Carl Tucker Nerd. Thank you very much. But yeah, I just find it interesting that I'm pretty sure he's connecting the two shows because of how disappointing the final episodes were, and because it's very clear that the creator wanted to do something like a brainy or like just new age with the ending. Like Game of Thrones ended with like, oh yeah, we need a story for King Bran, and to the point I think the actor for Bran is like, obviously I'm not king, that'd be dumb. So he's like, I'm pretty sure everyone got a script where their character becomes king, and he's like, well, I'm the king. That's just silly. Let's see here. But thank you much, Carl took a nerd once again. Thank you very, very much. Very much. Very generous indeed. Let me go ahead and add you to the fantastic line of donors. Thank you very, very much. The Tolkien Nerd. All right. All right. There we go. Fantastic. Fantastic. Boom. Let's see.
They make Game of Thrones and knock the wind out of everyone in the industry. The show had a massive cast, gorgeous production design, CGI that somehow looked really good for TV, and writing that embarrassed most other shows at the time. Turns out all you needed to do fantasy TV to break into the mainstream was just the right gumption and shit tons of money. As each episode of Game of Thrones cost...
I think it was more like the second one.
The second one really helps, but like as we've learned, throwing money at the problem does not solve it. You know,
it does not solve it, but it does. It does help.
It does really help. Yeah,
to have infinite money behind you. Yeah.
House of the Dragon would be great, and I do mean this, if it did not have all the fucking non-white people in white people roles. Because it makes everything very, very confusing.
Those
it's no, not like I'm actually
foreigners. It's gerbs.
it's not a like, oh, foreigners bad comment. It is a like Game of Thrones is such a it's so good in its storytelling that when you see a non-white person, you understand that they're from somewhere specific. You know, they are specifically from like the Iron Islands, or like not the Iron Islands, but like Bravos or something. If you see like a brown person, like a black person, they're from across the narrow sea. If you see someone that looks like a tall, dark, and handsome, they're probably Dothraki. Like, it's very, very specific in that regard. And then whenever I see the black fucking maester, like the guy who's like the head maester for the entire...
Oh, of course,
like,
he's the head maester.
Yeah, he's the head maester. And I'm like, what are you doing? Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you look like that? Like, who the fuck are you? I could not believe for a second that the maesters made you the guy. You know?
He's
like,
diversity man, Stu.
It's so annoying. It's so frustrating and so distracting. And not only that, they made a bunch of white people black. They also made a bunch of black people white for really confusing reasons. And now no one knows what's going on.
I assume because they're evil. They can't have evil black people,
I guess. And there's also several characters who they just changed their hair color. Like, you know, Targaryens and people with Targaryen blood have silver hair most of the time. There are obviously exceptions, but like, there are several characters now who just have their hair color swapped for no fucking reason. And so now even book readers are confused, like, as to why that's happening. They're like, who is this? This isn't the character. They very specifically had this hair color for plot reasons. It doesn't make any sense.
I heard it was good. And then it got bad, and I heard it was good again.
Yeah, that's to say. Yeah, it was good. Oh, it's bad. Oh, now it's good. Now it's bad again, and no one can tell. Like, I cannot tell what to think about it because I like so much of it. The Adventures of Bill and Hillary Clinton are very engaging.
Fantasyland. Let's see. So what's the connection between Game of Thrones and TDAC? Was it popular? I think it's both. I think it's popular beginnings and a very, very legendarily disappointing end. And that's what it is so far.
HBO $6 million, an unheard of expenditure for a show at the time. For reference, shows like The Wire and Sopranos cost HBO 1.5 and 3 million per episode, respectively. Each episode of the final season of Sopranos saw its cost rise to the same level of Game of Thrones, but that was due to the cast being paid more rather than the scope of the project increasing. But even then, it only ever got to 6 million per episode, where Game of Thrones started at 6 million, which is absolutely crazy. But if any show could look like $6 million, it was Game of Thrones. Every week, it was like HBO was putting on a fully feature-length fantasy epic, hour-long episodes with fantastic pacing, split between 4 different locations with different sets of characters, working towards complex political goals, as well as interpersonal drama between them. And it was really, really violent. Like, holy shit, Game of Thrones was coming.
As my favorite character was Sandor Clegane. I think that's what it was. The Hound. That guy was cool. I like the Hound. And see, Alex Haley's 5 says an internet finally stopped lagging. LD Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds does have actual violence in it. The removes it. When he starts this in prison, there's one guy I'm pretty sure had his friend killed. I'm pretty sure there's like a guy that you say kind of becomes friends with, who allowed his friend to die. Now he says that oh yeah, my friend survived, and then he just never talked to me again. And I'm pretty sure he just died. He's like, oh yeah, he sent me this card after he got out of the hospital. I'm pretty sure the guy just died, and it's like, oh yeah, he's alive. Actually, don't worry, guy's alive. Also, I got to that one point that I learned of a long time ago, where Joey Wheeler's cousin pops up for like a second. Because there's like a guy who's like Joey Wheeler, and there's like he's like, oh, I'm touching out a duel, yeah. And some guy is like, dude, is that Joey Wheeler? And they say really like absurdly quickly, no man, it's his cousin, something else Wheeler. Like really quickly, like the guy talking in the scene knew he was short on time to spill this news.
That's funny.
And I was like, oh cool, we're gonna see like Joey Wheeler's cousin duel. No, it's just like Joey Wheeler's cousin exists. I was like, oh man. It's not fair. It's like having Darth Vader show up in a Star Wars movie for a second, and like, oh, is he going to be some major player in the plot or something? No, he exists. That's it. He doesn't even get to take up lightsaber and kill people. No, he's kind of. We see him walk by in the background in a corridor. That's it. Oh, okay.
Coming out in a time in which violence in movies and sex on TV generally was being toned down over the course of the decade, aiming for a more PG-13 demographic as to appease the more prudish advertisers.
Shady Rex says the head maester was a DI hire. And he got, I guess he just got elevated.
Clearly, like, and the thing is too, I want to like they're the one guys, the Valerians, I think is their family. Like in House of the Dragon, there's 2 like branches of the Targaryen family. There's like the main branch, and then there's like their cousins. And their cousins also have dragons, and they're played by these black actors. And the thing is, I like the main guy. He's actually really fucking cool, and he's really badass, and he carries the dignity that a Targaryen royalty would have. He's nailed it. Problem is, the rest of his group are incredibly distracting, and they are not on his level. And frankly, they just shouldn't have done it. It's really distracting.
That makes sense. Let's see. By the way, I like Robert Baratheon too. The Baratheons is my favorite family in Game of Thrones, by far. Alex these 5 says also don't watch Yu-Gi-Oh 5D season 2 in dub. They cut out and changed most of the story. Also, the Joey Wheeler line was dub only. It was a background cameo. That's I guess so, because why would they add in Joey Wheeler's cousin and not use him? So I just think the guy. It's just because the guy looked a lot like Joey Wheeler. Like, oh, is that Joey Wheeler? Is that Joey Wheeler? Nah, it's his cousin. It's also like, man, how long ago was this? Whereas his cousin is kind of like in his 30s. Like, how long in the future is Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I thought it would be like a long time, but I guess it's not really. It's a background cameo. Anyway.
Then Game of Thrones comes in and upends that as well. The level of gratuity found in the show was something that had never really been done before on TV, and it was in a fantasy epic, no less. You have to understand, the popular conception of fantasy at that time was Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, which was violent, sure, but most of the violence was reserved for orcs and goblins.
It wasn't Game of Thrones violent.
Which fantasy fans of all kinds collectively agree don't count.
You real tough kids.
They don't.
They don't.
Yeah, if Batman fell into a fantasy world, started killing orcs and goblins. Like, now he still maintained his no-kill rule.
Yeah.
He didn't kill any people.
But Game of Thrones did not reserve its violence for green human-shaped blood pinatas, but instead dished it out to
the perfect description of orcs and goblins. Yeah,
I love it.
Well, literally,
it's a. Alexander just finds Yu-Gi-Oh! Likes to put old characters in the background for fun. Only series where people come back is Yu-Gi-Oh! 5, Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, like Jack and Alexis. They come back. That's interesting. I do know that they do mention the Duel Academy. So Duel Academy is still canon in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds because the Black Rose lady actually attended the Duel Academy, and apparently was so bad that even though she was a girl, she was a Slifer Red. I don't know how that happened, because they say that because all girls is automatically elevated to Obelisk Blue. I don't even know if they all duel or not. I just know they just kind of just live in luxury at the school. I'm pretty sure only Alexis is the one. There's only Alexis is a duelist. She's the only duelist girl there. Everyone else is just there to take advantage of all the hot springs and stuff.
Anyone it felt like. Character death in the show became something that it was well known for. Well-liked characters with stories that felt like they were going to go somewhere.
Batman shouldn't kill people. He can kill orcs and goblins, though. That's no issue.
Would be brutalized in an incredibly sudden display of violence. It made the show feel scary, like you didn't know who was safe at any given moment.
One of the big moment was that for me when Jaime Lannister lost his hand.
Yeah,
because like I knew that they were kind of goofing with them or something. I was like, oh yeah, obviously they're not going to just take his father's money and everything because that can't work again. They seem like we're going to take your father's money and let you go. I didn't know they would do that though. I didn't know they just straight up cut off his hand. That was a big surprise.
Mm-hmm. Especially for a character who's known to be one of the world's greatest swordsmen.
Yeah, like he was like a legendary warrior at that point. But I didn't know that just take him over there, and I knew they might have done something to him. But I know that they take off his hand. I mean, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Alex Halo 2 says everyone in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D school wears red now. Do they? So that's what. But the guy that was dueling the Black Rose, the detective guy, was like, I was an Obelisk Blue. And you're just a Slifer Slacker Red. Like, how'd that happen? She's a girl. I thought that was like in this series, that was a stated rule that all girls just get automatically boosted up to Obelisk Blue.
Once the end of season 1 hit and good old Ned lost his head, it became very clear that nobody was safe. For 2.5-month periods, every year for 6 years, the show would put out an episode every Sunday. A rapid pace by today's standards, with the same great writing, acting, and production quality. And in many people's opinions, and mine, the show got considerably better as time went on. For a considerable period of time, fans of the show thought the weakest season was the first one. The season that jettisoned it into popular culture. And this isn't even to say that the fans thought that the first season was bad. Not at all. Season 1 is still considered to be some of the best TV ever produced. Mm-hmm. But compared to the next 3 seasons, the first looked like amateur hour. Seasons 2 through 4 featured more characters, battles, sieges, dragons, and plot twists. It felt like the show couldn't be stopped. The momentum was incredible. The show felt like it was building to a massive finale as it planted seeds of dragon queens conquering Westeros and ice zombie apocalypses.
Dragons are coming.
And the elevation of a fan favorite character to the status of a mythic hero. It did stumble a bit at the 5th season. Some poor writing took place. People got a little worried, but It recovered by season 6, just some growing pains as the series moved towards its big finale. The building excitement for the resolution of years of plot lines had reached a fever pitch. We had no idea what was coming. A lot of what made Game of Thrones so great.
Alex, the other surprise is, by the way, the police officer Yusei Duels is related to the two and has the same name as Yugi and Joy's bully. Does he? I know he's just like the same style of character. Like he has the same look to him. But that character's actually, I thought, people have said that. I thought he's like a one-off. Like, oh, Yusei duels him once and you never see that guy again. That guy is like Yusei's rival. He's like his Jean Valjean. No, wait. He's a bear. No, Yusei is Jean Valjean and Trudge is his Javert. He's kind of a low-level cop, especially after he's gotten beaten by Yusei a few times, but he just will not give up. He's like, I don't care if Yusei fell into the elite of the elite area of the city. I'm going to go in there and get him. So it's kind of crazy that he's so obsessed with chasing after Yusei at the beginning, and then we have this whole thing with like the dragons reawakening. He's like, he kind of shifts priorities. Like, oh, wait a minute. There's something more. Some things are more important than capturing Yusei. Anyway,
was its source material, a fantasy series called A Song of Ice and Fire by renowned author George R.R. Martin, with the first book published in 1996. The books were masterfully crafted works of literature, and the lengths of each book rivaled that of the whole of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The word counts of Sword of Storms and individually exceeded Tolkien's collective epics. When the first episode of Game of Thrones was released in 2011, Weiss and Benioff had 1.7 million words spread across 5 books to work with. The expectation was that by the time they had finished adapting all of the current books, Martin would have the next book out the door and be partway through the final novel. With this in mind, the show plowed through the material, trimming the fat here and there to keep a healthy pace with narrative progression. And when they came to the end of the 6th season, they reached for the Winds of Winter, and George hadn't finished it. Now, the show's writing team was nothing to sneeze at. Adapting books for the small screen isn't as simple as handing the actors copies of their script directly pulled from the text and say, read it out loud. You have to alter the text to fit the medium. And a lot of the show's greatness was found within the ability of the writing staff to weave the source material into this new form. A lot was cut from the books, some highly controversial cuts, in fact, like the exclusion of the character Lady Stoneheart. But many of the best moments of the show were wholly new additions. Much of the relationship between Arya and the Hound was concocted specifically for this adaptation, as were the scenes where Arya posed as a servant girl for Tywin Lannister.
Those were so good.
Arya additions were especially good for some reason.
The Arya and Tywin shit, that was actually kind of peak. Like they cooked. There was like, actually, you are muted if that's that's on purpose. Yeah. There was like, unironically, the Lannisters got so much good shit in the TV show that it's actually kind of insane. Like, Cersei was actually demonstrified a little bit. In the book, like, she would purposely abort Robert's kids, but in the show, they made it so that she was once upon a time in love with Robert, and that she really tried to make it work. But you could just tell that, like, that it just wasn't gonna happen, you know? And like, yeah. God, like, it was unbelievably good. There's a lot. There's and then Tywin and Arya, because you could tell Tywin kind of soft, like, he was a monster when Jaime and Tyrion were kids, but then once he had grandkids, you could tell he softened up a little bit, and they gave him like very fatherly or grandfatherly moments that were just really peak. Just good shit, man.
I would give this because it's a TV series. Like, there's a lot of subtlety you can put in there, and they did a pretty good job. Pretty good job. So it's kind of like it's just, I think for those reasons, Benioff and Weiss thought they were the ones that made the show great alone, and it's just like, it's because of us. We're the great creators, and by the end, we get to see that smugness and that pride kind of come crashing down. Grilling Butterfly, thanks for the $1 super chat. Thank you much, Grilling Butterfly. Appreciate it.
Nice.
I wonder.
Very nice.
Sorry, I wonder if he's going to bring up the fact that George. I think George will never finish the series because he got such writer's block because he actually abandoned one of his core principles, and that's don't change your story midstream. Because between one of the books, there was supposed to be a time skip, like a 4 to 7 year time skip, and he was having so much fun writing the play by play that he kept going. And now he fucked himself. He put himself in a corner and he abandoned his original plan.
Yeah, because I heard that too. That he's like, there was supposed to be a time skip, but he didn't do it.
He didn't do it. He was having too much fun, and he had all these plans that were going, and he decided to he said, if you plan for the butler to have done it, and then you change halfway through to try to outsmart your audience, you failed. And he did that a couple times.
That makes sense. It makes sense why he's now locked in. I also heard the rumor that he killed somebody he really shouldn't have.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh crap, I'm stuck. There's no hero left to save the day. I killed them all. Because his philosophy is that if you're a good person, you have to die because you're dumb. Alexei says one more thing. You go 5Ds is when Yugi starts to have characters do chants when they summon their boss monsters. They do? I never heard that before. That's interesting. I look forward to that.
I don't know. Be right back. Yep.
That sounds good.
She didn't really have a lot to work with in the books themselves. Doesn't matter. So the writing team has talent, and with that talent, surely they could pull off the ending without a book with some notes from George, right?
Wrong.
Well, not to bury the lead too much here, but no. It was a trash fire. Characters suddenly start acting in direct contradiction to their established development from previous seasons. The weight of the physical distance the show had, where characters would spend significant parts of some seasons simply getting from point A to point B, became truncated in an incredibly jarring way, where characters would seemingly teleport from one side of the continent to the other. Major arcs with world-shaking implications.
That was the big issue, actually, is that once we got past the part of Game of Thrones where we had books to work off of, suddenly everyone begins to teleport. Because we had it established in several seasons how far away some of these things are from each other. Like the wall, I think, is like 1,000 miles away from civilization or something like that. That's a long way away, and then suddenly everyone's just teleporting around the kingdom. And Alex says, I don't remember, but I think Dub removed the chance. Oh, did they? Well, that sucks.
That had been set up for nearly a decade would be resolved in single episodes. For example, the ice zombie apocalypse. I mentioned it before, which had its plot established in the very first scene of the entire show, ended in a single episode. It was unbelievably anticlimactic. But how is that even possible? Well, remember when I mentioned the cost of a single episode of The Sopranos ballooning out from a measly few million in the early seasons to later being just as much as Game of Thrones was at its very beginning? Well, that also happened to Game of Thrones. And while I love James Gandolfini, the cost of keeping the stars created by Game of Thrones would prove to be a lot more expensive than The Sopranos. Names like Peter Dinklage, Emily Clarke, and Jason Momoa were considered to be relative unknowns before they became superstars due to the fame provided by the show. And with fame comes cost. It's honestly kind of funny how the show suffered from its own success in this way. By turning so many of its stars into household names, it ended up expanding the cost considerably. And while many shows manage by only having a handful of core cast members, Game of Thrones' large ensemble cast meant that as the show progressed, they had to pay even more people. And even with the show's propensity for killing people off, it did little to help prune the amount of characters they had to deal with.
And a lot of characters. And this is one of the big issues I had with Game of Thrones. I mean, this isn't like Game of Thrones specifically, but a lot of people who came after Game of Thrones, who admired Game of Thrones and then got their own shows to run, So you know what? You know what made Game of Thrones great? Having a bajillion characters. Not even a real number of characters, but a lot of characters, like so many characters. It was keep cramming this turkey full of stuffing. It'll become a better turkey. That's what they thought.
Yeah.
It doesn't really usually work that way in the world of storytelling, though.
By the final season, the show's per episode budget had nearly tripled from $6 million to $15 million per episode. This caused the last season to just have 6 episodes, compared to the 10 episodes received by most of the seasons before. This truncated screen time, paired with a massive cast of characters, all with their own unresolved story arcs, made the last 2 seasons feel incredibly rushed. And with no source material to fall back on, and the strain of shorter seasons, the writing fractured under the pressure. After the finale dropped, the fan base fell to infighting. People trying to
see Orange Man says, "Bro, live action One Piece is going to have more characters. How's Netflix going to handle that? I don't know. I going by Netflix's track record, outside of the One Piece live action, probably not very well. That would be my guess." So Jay Voice says, "Why do I get the feeling he's going to say that Jill Circus nailed their ending? I don't know. That would be a twist. That would be a twist."
Find some silver lining in the show's lackluster and were pitted against those so completely saturated with vitriol and snark that it was just inevitably going to be a bloodbath. Both were coping with the situation that should not have even happened, and the discord echoed across the internet. The mighty oak that was Game of Thrones crashing to the forest floor could be heard near and far, and it felt like the end of an era. One of the last big tentpole shows collapsing under its own weight, and everyone was fucking mad. You have to understand, Game of Thrones was so good for so long that the idea of its resolution being anything other than...
Also, they had a right to be angry. One of the biggest defenses from of woke shows and movies that have taken on another IP to ruin the IP with their ideology and crap has been, "Oh, why are you so angry? It's just a show. Grow up, man, baby." Well, you have a right to be angry if writers and studios have made it their priority to ruin a franchise that you have sunk time into, love into, money into, and made friendships over. You have every right to be angry when that IP is ruined. You just do.
I think if you're at the point where a significant number of your fan base is getting tattoos of your characters, it is your actual responsibility to make it good.
Yeah, don't make him regret those tattoos. That'd be a big issue.
I got a text message from one of my former colleagues that I used to teach with. He finally ran into a student named Khaleesi.
It was inevitable like that.
Yeah.
Only one? There's only one Khaleesi in class?
I worked at a very, very, very small school. Of the graduating class that I taught, granted I taught 5 of them. They had less than, I think, 40 people.
Wow. It's a tight-knit crew.
Mm-hmm. No, I worked at a very small Title I, like poor as shit school, you know?
But only ran into one Khaleesi so far. Interesting.
Only one.
Excellent.
Only
was
one.
Unthinkable. Even in the throes of season 7, the people still held out hope that the show would course correct, like it did after season 5.
Like, why does it matter? Then if it doesn't matter, why does it matter? Yeah. If it doesn't matter, why do we need diversity? Why do we need trans characters in there if it doesn't matter? Why do we care about these shows? Because these shows are stories. Good stories become mythologies, and mythologies affect people on a profound emotional and psychological level. It's been so for thousands of years. Like if you go up to somebody and say, "Hey, what can you tell me about the Greek culture? What do you know about the Greeks, ancient Greece and everything?" And they'll say, "I don't know. I know about Zeus. I know about the stories." But they couldn't tell you how a city-state functioned or anything, or the forming of the Spartan League, or the what was the other one? Man, I forgot the other one. The one at the Athens, Delian, the Delian League.
Mm-hmm.
Like the formation of the Delian League, the battle between the Spartan League and the Delian League. They couldn't tell you all this stuff but they could tell you about the stories of ancient Greece. They could tell you about the stories of ancient Rome. They could tell you about all the mythologies of Egypt, but they couldn't really tell you about how the actual workings of daily life were in these cultures. It's the stories that kind of reflect the culture, the stories that reflect the people, and the stories that people remember and pass down through time, like mountains that we make with words and meaning. So when they say like, "Oh, why does it matter? Why are you getting so mad?" Because they do matter. That's why people get so mad. And they're trying to equate your anger and frustration over an IP like with like, oh, only man baby nerds who have made their entire lives like this would get angry at this. Real men wouldn't care, right? They're trying to tackle and attack your masculinity by saying, oh, if you were a real man with a real stable life, you wouldn't get angry at this. But no, you have every right to be angry at this. The most well-adjusted man in the world would have every right to be angry at his favorite TV show, his favorite franchise being ruined purposefully by the studios and activists.
Aristotle did reviews over Homer's The Odyssey. So even the ancient Greeks understood the importance of media literacy, you know?
Absolutely. I just like the idea of the Aristotle was like the early Ebert and stuff. It's just, the other guy, something in Ebert. Was his name Jekyll?
Yeah.
It can't be Jekyll. That's like it can't be Dr. Jekyll. It's a Alexander 5 says, never forget LD. Kaiba is the reason everything happens in 5Ds because he wanted infinite energy for his duels. Is that what happened? Because I do know there's a reactor that was being built. That was the explanation of it was absolutely retarded. Because it was like, okay, we're building this gigantic reactor that's going to harvest the positive energy created by dueling. Like, okay, all right, reel it back a little bit.
Nah, man, that's correct.
And then it backfired. It absorbed all the negative energy created by dueling, I guess, and awakened the bad guys.
There is no negative energy created by dueling. There is only dueling.
Only dueling. There is only Zool. Aristotle, the original Chud. Exactly. But that's something Kaiba would totally do. He wanted infinite energy for his duels. I mean, he's already top of his game, other than fighting Yugi. Like, what else can he do? Kaiba is a big nerd. That's kind of he's a cool nerd, but like he's a big, gigantic nerd. That's kind of what his whole duel is. His whole deal is. I mean, but yeah, happens to be really, really on point and a genius and stuff. So he's just like a Chad. That's like Henry Cavill he's like the Henry Cavill of the universe. Like he's a Chad, but also a big nerd.
Nah, he's the Elon Musk.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because Elon Musk is also a big nerd. Yeah, it's true.
he built a jet out of his Yu-Gi-Oh waifu.
Oh yeah, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah, I forgot. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh waifu. But yeah, I remember now that the Blue Eyes White Dragon is his girlfriend from a past life.
I'm dating a motorcycle.
Yusei also has his waifu. Yeah, there we go. I'm dating a motorcycle. I mean, he did build it. He's like a Pygmalion. He's like he built his motorcycle, dating his motorcycle. Also, he built Jack's motorcycle. This is that Jack stole it, and then Yusei had to build another one.
Dick.
And see, Yusei Fudo is also part Tony Stark. He's making like these top tier, top of line dueling decks and motorcycles out of scraps in a cave. Let's see. Alex Halo, these $5 super chats is Japanese. They explain it's perpetual motion machine. It also absorbs dual energy. I mean, it's really funny that it has to come down to dual energy. It's like Kaiba made Kaiba broke reality by making a perpetual motion machine to absorb dual energy. That's pretty autistic. That's like peak autism. Yeah. I'm really smart and I broke reality, but it's so that I can absorb dual energy. So I could play League of Legends more or something. It really is like if Elon Musk did all of this so you can go to Mars so you can have some privacy to play games. It's kind of the equivalent here. My life is too busy on Earth. I'm going to go to Mars.
So when the axe fell, nobody really saw it coming. The worst part was the betrayal of the thing. When you get
betrayed me,
invested in the story as deeply as you did with Thrones, you give yourself over to it in part. For most works of art, this kind of sucker punch simply never happens. Books, movies, games, they all come out as completed packages, and doing a little bit of research before diving in tends to show the warning signs of media that might disappoint. But for serialized works, where there's a good chance you'll experience something as it's coming out, meaning you'll be exposed to the possibility of a good thing going rancid before you even realize what's happening. And when it happens, it wounds you. After Game of Thrones, nothing was the same. Endings felt like landmines for many, myself included. And the act of experiencing art that had yet to be completed felt dangerous in the same way that, I don't know, sipping coffee before it fully cools is dangerous. So not really at all, but fuck you, it's my video, I can be over dramatic if I want to. People became more jaded, ready to rip endings apart at the slightest sign that they might disappoint. Because if something sucked, you couldn't get hurt by it if you spurned the art before it spurned you. Whenever a series neared its conclusion, there would be an upwelling of anxiety, like the feeling that one gets before going to the dentist.
Yeah, because now we know it's like, okay, it's going to suck, isn't it? They never land the endings.
Even if you flossed every day and brushed your teeth after every meal, you can't help but feel that the dentist is going to take one look at your gaping maw and say, root canal, no anesthesia. Not because it's reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's got it. Yeah, no.
You have to earn the anesthesia.
That's funny.
It's like, yeah, you didn't take very good care of your teeth, so you know what? No anesthesia.
Reasonable to expect that outcome, but rather that the idea of a dentist has become so mythologized in the realms of pain and discomfort, but one can't help but instill with that deep, cold dread when going to one.
You think he has dreads under that hipster cap? I don't know. It is a very unmanly color, I have to say. It's kind of distracting. It's like they got it from his grandma.
Yeah,
grandma's color.
I'm not certain what that is. Like every time I see that, I think he's like wearing one of those black lady shower caps.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. It was like a shower cap or something. But no, it's like a beanie or a knitted cap. And it's like very light pink or something.
Mm-hmm. It's the same for the ending of Game of Thrones. Even if you've never watched the show, it's easy to get swept up in the rampant doomsaying for any given series because when going to one. It's the same for the ending of Game.
He has to have a tiny chair. They had to make him a little chair because this is such a little guy.
Game of Thrones. Even if you've never watched the show, it's easy to get swept up in the rampant.
I mean, the tiny chair, I guess, was a good idea. He almost like a little person.
Doomsaying for any given series because so nobody wants
almost looks like a little person.
Yeah, he almost looks like a little person.
Uh-huh.
Caught with their pants down when something turns out to suck. Which brings right back to the finale of The Amazing Digital Circus.
Here we go.
Boy, there it
the
is.
last episode was given a theatrical release, as opposed to just being posted onto...
Like the fans of Amazing Digital Circus going to theater are depicted as NPC. Well, these NPCs go in the Digital Circus movie theater.
Glitch Productions YouTube page. This theatrical run would be relatively limited. Some people wouldn't be able to go see it due to the availability in their particular area, or simply not have the spare dough to spend on going to a theater. Such is life nowadays.
Theater is a pretty heavy cost today.
Dude, yeah, it's like $15 a ticket. And then if you want to be like a good patron, which I always feel like I have to like buy snacks because I used to work in a theater. I know what the profit margins look like. It ain't great. So I usually try to buy a snack, but nowadays it's just like, fuck it. I can't afford it.
Yeah, it's like $15 per ticket. Oh, you want snacks? That's another $30.
$30 for a popcorn, like for a novelty popcorn bucket of a dinosaur's dick or something, you know?
Exactly. Or that weird like Supergirl popcorn bucket where it's like the
fleshlight looking thing.
Yeah, the fleshlight looking thing. What is this? Like, what the hell is this? Hudson Bob says, yeah, it's a $30 to $45 to see a movie. I always get popcorn and drink. Yeah, because I mean, why would you go to a theater to watch a movie and not get popcorn and drink? You kind of have to. Otherwise, like, why did you even go? Well, just wait for it to come out on Netflix and just not eat something there. You have to get popcorn and drink. It's part of the experience.
Yeah.
between the beginning of its run on the big screen and its eventual drop on YouTube was about 2 weeks. This had the unintended effect of creating subgroups within the fan base based on who could see the episode in theaters early and those who could not. This caused 2 problems. Firstly, those who couldn't make it to the theater were basically shit out of luck. People naturally had strong feelings about this. Going from
If I could have made it to the theater, I would have. But
Yeah.
then I have to possibly mingle with the fan base.
freely available web-based
I was gonna go. I bought 4 tickets. One for me, daughter, wife, and intern. And I had to go to a con that day, and I was so mad.
Were they amazing digital tickets?
Nah, they're just tickets. Nothing special like that. But it was disheartening, you know.
Yeah, because it was very exciting that it was in theaters. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
show to one that now must be watched in public for money was something that was always going to rub people the wrong way. Now, artists getting paid for their hard work is something that I strongly...
I guess it is like an idea, like, because wasn't a lot of the commies and stuff and fans of Digital Circus? Like, I had that fan group, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's capitalism. It's capitalism. I'm pretty sure some of them were disappointed because, like, oh, I have to go pay money to see this. This is capitalism. I have to go support capitalists. I don't want to support capitalists, like that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, that definitely was a factor for sure.
Yeah, I without a doubt, pretty sure.
Believe it. I fully understand the desire of Glitch and the rest of the amazing Digital Circus team to get the bag, so to speak. And they did, as the theatrical run netted a box office of $36 million. But at the same time, a lot of those who pushed the show to the level of popularity were young people, most of whom are broke as fuck. It's hard to justify going out in this current hell world we live in, even if we love the art that we'd be supporting. And you might say, it's not a big deal. You can just wait for the episode to come out. It's only like 2 weeks of waiting. You'll live, which would be true, if not for the second problem, spoiler culture. The Amazing Digital Circus was always something of a communal viewing experience for its fans, something that could be watched and discussed together, sharing theories and new in-jokes among the various internet watering holes that people would frequent. So when it was announced that the final episode would be paywalled for a limited time, it raised immediate concerns over the ability of many of its fans to engage with the community's activities until they could make a pilgrimage to some fuck-ass movie theater to watch the damn thing. If they didn't, they'd be functionally barred from the community that had been built under the assumption that everyone on the internet could freely experience the media that they had come to love and share, which is kind of fucked, honestly. There's a serious discussion to be had about the ethics of building a community off something free only to suddenly paywall that same content, especially when a significant amount of the enjoyment is derived from being on the ground floor when it comes out to discuss it with other community members. From my personal experience, seeing the discussion of the finale while it was still in theaters was really weird.
Because there's ALD and Stu. Have either of you played Manhunt? Yes, I have. I actually bought the game a long time ago. Manhunt is pretty fun. There is a really good fan film of it here on YouTube. I didn't know there was a fan film. That's pretty cool. I might check that out, actually. Because Manhunt was like, I think it was barred or something. I think it was like banned for a while because of his violence. So that's exactly why I bought it. Like, I want to see this.
Everyone who had gotten the chance to go and see it had to bite their tongues and not spoil the show for those who hadn't, or had to sequester themselves away to quarantined boards just to speak openly about their thoughts. For everyone else, it was like walking through a minefield of spoilers, half reading vague posts as to not glean anything that would let you divine the outcome of the final episode, and oftentimes just staying off the internet just to not see anything that would give up
Nazi.
any information. Generally, people were shockingly well behaved about all of it. I didn't get spoiled, and I didn't really have to try that hard. But for many, the
What was
threat
sad
of spoilers
is that there was a when my friend went to go see it in theaters in Canada, there was that little message at the beginning. It said, "Please don't spoil the movie for people who haven't seen it." People were booing. People were booing the screen.
Boo! I want to spoil it.
Yeah, no, it's like really, really entitled, gross culture there you got going there. You know.
Yeah. No, they must be spoiled.
mixed with the general feelings of the discussions, left people in a state of arrested development, made the experience uncomfortable. And all the while, there was that feeling bubbling at the back of the throat of the community, a disquiet, that there was something wrong with the ending. Many of the discussions that came from the final episode had this undercurrent of dissatisfaction that leaked into the rest of the community. This in spite of the fact that there was a considerable amount of moderation, tone policing, and self-restraint for the benefit of those who had yet to see it. This was an occurrence common to the many fandoms post-Game of Thrones. There was a serialized piece of media entering its final stretch, and the community surrounding it was awash with a malaise of restlessness, this unshakable feeling that they were unwitting audiences to a fuse slowly burning down to a dud fireworks show. And all they would be left staring at is a blank sky, awashed with black. You saw this a lot in manga, weirdly enough. Long-running series like Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, and Attack on Titan all had endings that were divisive to some extent and had their communities fall into some level of infighting. Many of these endings would fall victim to, unfortunately, very funny memes with how
I mean, Digital Circus kind of developed the ending did launch a lot of memes. That's true.
lackluster they were. For those in the know, you might remember a series of jokes about the main character of My Hero Academia, Midoriya, working at a McDonald's and being told to put the fries in the bag after.
I think that was like a joke that seemed plausible enough to be real. Like, yeah, that's about right. We want him to be, because that's kind of what we've been trained to view media as in the West, because they like doing that here in the West, where it's like, oh yeah, our hero, we want him to go off to do great things, we want to have a happy life, and his a reward for all of his suffering and efforts is like, yeah, just put the fries in the bag, bro. They like doing that. They like it where the hero does not get any rewards or a great life. It's just a life of suffering, and then life is a bitch, and then you die for the hero. Great.
Only if they're straight guys, though.
Yeah,
and then like their high school bully cucks them out of their girlfriend. Like all that.
Yeah, Midoriya gets to work at Burger King, and then his rival, what's his name? The rival guy, Bakugo gets Urichaga, whatever name.
The chick, I don't remember her name. I like it's actually
Uraraka. I think it's Uraraka.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Bakugo gets Uraraka. He gets to stay single and go to Burger King after all the things he's done. That would be definitely the ending if this ended up in the West. It was written by like Zack Snyder or somebody, and they would be like, "What you just didn't like it because it wasn't what you wanted." Yeah.
Like, no, you're right. I don't think Deku deserved that, actually.
Spot on. Yeah, just the same thing would happen with Samurai Jack, where it's like the ending of Samurai Jack was he gets a happy ending until it's all just ripped away from him, and that's it. It was
the worst part is how needlessly cruel it was. Like Jack didn't deserve that. What the fuck is wrong with you? That kind of thing.
It could have been like, okay, they go to the past and then they kill Aku and then she disappears. No, it has to be she doesn't disappear until the right moment where he's at his happiest, and then she gets taken away.
Yeah,
like right at the altar, I think, or something.
Yeah, it was actually kind of fun. It would be funny if it wasn't so mean, like needlessly mean.
Like if it was like Frasier or something, or it's like Dr. Venture. Like Dr. Venture got like this love interest who was perfect in every way, and then goes to the theater or goes to the altar, and it's like she vanishes because Dr. Venture is an asshole and he deserves it. Jack has been a good person his entire life. He didn't deserve that. The same thing with Spider-Man. Like he's a good person his entire life. He doesn't deserve that.
Yeah.
Speaking of spoilers, when The Force Awakens first released, I went with my brothers and dad. We were in front of the line for the theater. One guy almost got beat for trying to spoil the movie. It's like, how'd you get in the hospital? I tried to spoil.
Dude, unironically, I when I was younger, I did that. Like I was so mean, and I thought my buddy actually knew that Snape kills Dumbledore right before we walked into the theater. We were like, no spoilers, boys, no spoilers, and we were all kind of giving each other spoilers. And then I said Snape kills Dumbledore right before we walked.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, dude, I had no idea. I was like, no, like I was joking. I'm so
You
sorry.
didn't know that?
It's like, you really didn't read the book. No, I never read the books. And I went, fuck. Yeah, I'm an asshole.
Dumbledore. So. And then also Dumbledore flies out off the tower and splatters on the ground. And also, Hagrid cries. Although Hagrid we don't really need Dumbledore when you have Hagrid. Hagrid's a badass. The guy's a tank.
Yeah.
Let's see. Punish John Douglas. I look to you. I just highly disagree with the abstraction being a metaphor for suicide. Abstraction thing is that happens to you. Suicide is something you do to yourself. I think that's kind of like the creator's version of suicide. I think.
Yeah, I think it's very heavily implied that Jax chose the abstraction. He went out on his own terms, which is a suicide kind of metaphor.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think they're kind of wrong about that. I do think the abstraction is meant to be a suicide metaphor in this regard.
But it was handled ridiculous in the ending. Okay, Jax is just no one checked up on Jax. Like the Pomni never went up and checked on Jax. Like nothing. It's like, oh yeah, I wish I could have. What were you doing, Pomni? What do you have better things going on in this drab nothing of a world? What are you doing? Anyway.
The resolution of the story. To a degree, these endings were overshadowed by the responses the internet had to them, to the point in which the quality of the endings mattered less than their perceived efficacy at satisfying their fan bases. I read Jujutsu Kaisen. The ending was fine. It didn't blow your mind or anything, but it succeeded at doing what it set out to do. Some people were underwhelmed with the outcome it provided, but none of the issues found within the ending were unique to the ending itself, and could be found throughout the entirety of the manga.
It's the Orange Red says Samurai Jack game that came out after the show changed. Yeah, it was so bad that they made a game where they changed the ending where she doesn't disappear. She gets to stay. So yeah, they acknowledged it, like, oh yeah, that was probably a bad idea. Like, stop with the whole new age crap. Okay, let the heroes have their happy ending. We don't need a bait and switch at the end, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, well, he doesn't get what he wanted, but he gets to think. It's like what Mad says. Like, today's comedy is not about making you laugh; it's about making you think. Well, sometimes it's not about thinking. Sometimes it's about enjoying the rewards that you have sown and now are harvesting. So, Jack spent his 50 years plus being a good person. He deserves some just straight up. Straight up.
What the fuck? What was that?
I don't know. I got a text and I opened my phone and I was on this YouTube shorts we play. Straight, brother. It was very fitting. I'm straight up, brother. Like, thanks for the assist, you two. Let's see. So they changed it at the end. So they edited in the games that Jack gets to actually have his happy ending. It doesn't, just because the ending was different and it's like, oh yeah, it's a sad, bleak ending for the hero, does not mean it's a good or intelligent ending. It just means it's anticlimactic or sad or dumb. I don't need that.
Yeah. To some degree, this can be stated for Attack on Titan and My Hero Academia as well. Not perfect endings, but not nearly as bad as they were portrayed by popular culture. This phenomenon was something that only started really appearing post Game of Thrones.
I hate to say it, I actually think the Attack on Titan ending was kind of perfect. Like,
I don't know what it is. So
it's all right, chat. You don't want spoilers. Seriously, get the fuck out. But at this point, it's kind of on you. It's incredibly bleak because what happens at the end of the show is that Eren Yeager successfully triggers an apocalypse that flattens 90% of the world population. And he does that in order to make himself public enemy number one and unite the world against him. And you also discover that because of the particular Titan that he absorbed back when he was a child or whatever, he always kind of knew it because he can see into the future and he can see throughout time. Because he absorbed the Attack Titan, and the Attack Titan is the vanguard, the guy that goes out front. So the Attack Titan has precognition. Well, once he came in contact with the princess, the royal family, he could see all throughout his own personal history, and he could even affect it. Eren Yeager actually sent the one Titan after his own mother that triggered the time loop that caused him to become the way he was. So
time powers. That's sometimes it's pretty tough to do in writing. To get time correctly.
It's so bizarre that I would almost recommend removing it, but it does point out causality versus versus destiny. It's very, very interesting, very trippy. But essentially there's a point where Eren Yeager was inconsolably sad because he understood that he had to like essentially end the world in order to save it. And the thing is, Eren Yeager successfully brought world peace for about 2 generations. The world became like the ending became like super advanced, like cyberpunk levels. And then you see nuclear war happen, flatten everybody. Everybody goes back to the Stone Age. And they permanently buried like the creature that became that started the Titan gene that created that race of people. And as the series ends, like there's another apocalypse, everyone dies. Again, this is all going throughout the end fucking credits. And then there's humanity survives, everyone's in the Stone Age, and one kid stumbles upon the tree that Eren Yeager is buried, and he walks into the tree, implying that the cycle's going to begin again. And it's like, that is the bleakest ending I could possibly imagine. But also really, really both positive, like it's a slight optimism in the sense that, okay, we're going to survive this. Like we as humans are going to survive, but there's nothing that's going to end this cycle. That would mean he was always going to become a Titan, meaning there isn't causality. That's the thing, though. Yeah, no, it's very weird. It's like I would personally not have added that. If I was writing Attack on Titan, I would not have added that. But like, it does add to the tragedy of Eren Yeager's character, which is interesting, you know. Although I do like Punish John. You want the best ending ever? Yeah, no, absolutely. Go ahead and read that one.
It was the best ending ever. After the events of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the MC wrecks his wife 3 baddies at once. That's like Stu's perfect ratio.
Yeah,
that's why he's the Chegosaurus Rex.
It's my I have not played Xenoblade 2, but it's my understanding he only wanted Pyra and Mithra, but together they're like there's like a third waifu among them. It's weird. And he gets all 3 of them, so he's like, oh, bonus wife.
All right, bonus wife. Buy now to get an extra week.
Buy 2, get 1 free. That's essentially what happened with Rex.
If you buy within the next 20 minutes, you'll get a bonus wife absolutely free.
There's a lot of room for interpretation there. The kid finding the Titan parasite, there could be a new chance, unlike Ymir. The new kid isn't finding horror and desperation. There's hope. True. Yeah, Ymir, the original Titan who got the parasite, she was born into an age of constant war. Like she was like this conqueror's slave, and she fell in love with this conqueror. And again, it's really, really good. It's really good. It's just depressing. It's really sad. I don't like it. I'll probably never watch Attack on Titan again unless I have to for like a video or something. It's like on the same level as Logan for me. Logan was really good, but I don't ever want to watch it again.
Once, yeah.
It's
really dark. It's my Punish John says creatives are hell bent on not giving people the ending they expect. They end up writing a bad ending no one likes. Yeah, like put the fries in the bag. It's not really the ending, but it's kind of the ending. Like he doesn't go to work at Burger King or anything. He becomes a teacher.
Yeah. Well, in Japan, being a teacher isn't like the loser ending. Like like teachers are very well respected in Japan. The idea that, you know, he's a loser is only a Western interpretation because our teachers are fucking losers most of the time.
Yeah, because it's the far left wackaloons, but who actually are retarded, know anything. You go into school and you come out of it dumber than when you went in. But you know, it's like very interesting where he ended up because he was supposed to be a hero. He's like he had like the all might power, everything is his great hero, and then he ends up being a teacher. Like, come on, can you just be a hero too? Indiana Jones does that. He's a professor at college and he's Indiana Jones. Can't you be both? I just, during your day, be a teacher, and at night, be the cool superhero we want you to be, you asshole. Stop it. Stop being mundane.
There was so many problems with that ending that he had to write like 2 post-credit chapters to show no, Midoriya is actually a Chaticus Braticus,
And he does end up with Uraraka.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, like just okay, fine. Look, it's canon now. He ends up with Uraraka. Like, okay, there we go. At least he gets that. They're in He-Man, the He-Man movie currently, where I like the He-Man movie for the most part, but he does not end up with Tila at the end. Like, what?
We just need to bring that. I think honestly, we're almost there. Once we start seeing movies again where the guy gets the girl in the end, that's that we're back. That we're back.
Yeah, and it can't just be they kiss and get together. It has to be where he initiates it, because we could totally have. It's very safe for the girl to initiate it, and then she pulls him into a kiss, and he goes, "What? Huh?" He's all surprised and shocked. No, we're completely back when the guy just pulls the girl into a kiss and says, "We're together now."
And she's like, "Yeah, okay."
She's into it. That's how we're back. We're not at that point yet.
Not for probably, like I said, my timeline prediction. I said this last year, 10 years. We got 9 years left. It's and like halfway through, it's gonna suck because we're gonna be experiencing growing pains, not just from our own side, but from the other side. Like they're gonna have to, they will realize that this has been a problem, or they'll openly admit it.
Yeah, you will find that though in indie stuff, like Lady Midnight, Devil's Dwell in Silent Springs. Anyway,
Thrones. The endings of these shows became a tentpole for the type of discussion that worked under the assumption that they would inevitably disappoint unless they were unquestionably spectacular. This response, I believe, is due to the cultural impact of Game of Thrones' ending, and the way that it traumatized the people who watched it and informed the discussions for people who might not have seen it, but still experienced it through cultural osmosis. The changes it precipitated favored responses that were heavily critical, regardless of the quality of the series, because bad endings were a nesting ground for loud, burgeoning, virally inclined posting. This type of positive social media reinforcement fed into a culture of popular negativity, to the point in which every single publicly known serialized piece of media that came to an end after Game of Thrones flew to pieces as it pulled into the station would be treated as if it was also flying apart as it pulled into the station, regardless of whatever quality it had. Only the most beautiful...
Okay, the prediction was that he's going to say the ending of Magical Circus was really good. It kind of feels like he's going that route, where he's like, "Oh yeah, the hatred for the ending was huge," which it kind of was in some respects, but it wasn't a great ending though. It was actually pretty bad.
Yeah, I hate to say that the ending was. Yeah, it wasn't good. It was just a kind of a bad show.
It was really bad, like in a lot of ways. It kind of felt like like a couple of episodes put together that never finished. So I don't know. He might not go that route. But it feels like he could. So I don't know. I can see where he goes.
Do we know this guy's
Nope.
It really comes down to his politics. Is this guy openly Democrat or whatever?
I don't know. I didn't check, so I wouldn't be biased.
Fair enough.
So I guess it's going to be a surprise. We're going to see what he says.
Endings would be spared this treatment, or art that was not popular enough to be fed into the viral negativity meat grinder. So this little animated indie series, which exploded in popularity and garnered 1 billion views on YouTube alone, had no hope of avoiding being pilloried by its own audience for the crimes of simply coming to an end. So how did it end? If you haven't seen it, somehow, go watch it. There's a link in the description. It's free. It came free with your Xbox. But for the sake of reminding you, the basic premise of the show is that there is this amazing digital circus. A number of Scrimblows are trapped there, including our protagonist, Pomni, who suddenly pops into existence in this 1998 digital chat room looking ass place. The show's immediate hooks are that none of the characters seem to know how they got there, why they're there, or what it even is. All the while, the entire virtual experience is being conducted by a slightly crazy AI named Kane, who takes Pomni and the rest of the ensemble cast of colorful characters on adventures in the digital world. It's funny. It's also incredibly disconcerting
President Pomni. The President Pomni section was pretty funny.
when you think about it, being trapped in a digital environment with no context as to what's going on, or even the ability.
Let's see, Lady Busman, do you have what's Lady Midnight? Do you have a panel or cover art to show videos showing this? Well, yes, in fact, I do. Let's check it out right now.
It began with the suicide of Charles Blackwell, just days after his 55th birthday. Then the Rhineswan family massacre. 3 generations painfully passing from this world, crying the same crimson tears Blackwell had.
Sit alone on the edge of
5 members of the prominent Rhineswan family were found dead.
After that, the media finally gave their murderer a name. The Red Crier Killer.
Memento mori. Remember you will die.
Investigators believe the killer may be the same individual the media has dubbed the Red Crier.
Memento mori. Remember you will die. I know it's droll to sell my soul. I wanted to protect them though, but I couldn't even play my role. Now vengeance is my only goal. Memento mori. Too late for sorry. No goodbye. Breath goes dry. I will cry when I remember you will die.
Oh, yes, Lady Midnight Devils dwell in Silent Springs. Oh, yes. My artists are getting back onto the art of it. So as soon as we get the art required for it, we'll be able to launch a new. And there's a lot more options now. I'm going to go on Fund My Comic, who the people at Fund My Comic has said that they are looking forward to having me on the platform.
Sweet.
Like the official account was like, yeah, we can't wait to have you on here. Fantastic. But here we go, Chad. It should be pretty interesting. But we're getting to it.
To remember your own name, which none of the characters can. It lends to the series a silent terror, which you can't help but shake the feeling that something very bad is going to happen to these characters. The structure of the story is also very clearly inspired by the masterpiece short story I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison, in which is
Yeah, but it was like a coddled millennial version of it. Very coddled.
supercomputer AM traps a number of humans to be tortured forever.
Hey, Alex Taylor's find us chat thing, much appreciated. Says, by the way, LD, if you want to try 5D's Turbo Duels rules, there's video games with it. You need counters to play spells. Example, Monster Reborn needs 9. Yeah, because the Turbo Duel rules are like you get speed counters. So you have the faster you're going and the more speed counters you have, the better spells you can play, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty interesting.
After murder killing the rest of the world. The Amazing Digital Circus in this way is kind of a twisted reflection of this story. Instead of a murderous, torturous, evil AI, we have a confused, and for the most part, harmless version of the same type of character trying and failing to entertain what one must imagine are a bunch of very bored people. An interesting part of this is that despite the glossy, vibrant digital veneer the circus has, it doesn't do much to curtail the terror.
They didn't really play with this very much. The whole thing, like, what happens if you hold your breath and Pomni changes colors? But like, they determine that every single character has like their own unique thing that happens when they hold their breath, and it comes up for like this one episode. It is never really brought up again, I don't think.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that like this is one of the first shows that Goose really had like control over. You know?
Yeah.
They did it all They did it all themselves, and it's amateurish. It's admirable. Like I don't like shit talking Goose, man. Like that dude really tried, and I want to respect it. But it's just like, come on.
First writing issues, yeah.
Of being trapped in it. It instills this uncomfortable, almost uncanny valley feeling, or perhaps a liminal quality. After all, the sheer size of the circus is massive compared to the 6 or so inhabitants that live there. The core plot of the show can be broken down into 3 distinct pillars. The first being the larger questions about what the circus even is, its origins, and why all these people are now stuck in it, as well as the true nature of Cain. The second pillar is the immediate needs and desires of the trapped inhabitants. Much of the show's runtime is dedicated to how the cast copes with their new reality and how they try to forge new life in this digital world, while also dealing with Cain's antics. The third pillar is the interpersonal drama between these characters, specifically the drama that happened well before Pomni, our point of view character, even arrived at the circus, mostly revolving around Jax. Jax, at first blush, appears to be the show's comic relief, cracking jokes and doing all sorts of goofs and gaffes. But much of this behavior comes off as incredibly callous in the face of the despair that most of the cast experience, oftentimes making jokes at their expense for his own amusement. Jax is a huge asshole, and apparently there's a history there. Throughout the series, these 3 core plot lines.
The people hated Jax for being an asshole until they found out that he might be trans, and then all is forgiven.
Are explored, but one becomes more and more predominant as the show progresses. While the show continually seeks to illustrate how each of the main cast copes with their imprisonment and meaningfully tackles the idea of never leaving, as well as the traumas from their lives in the outside world, the amount of elaboration and investigation as to what the circus is and who made it is kept rather vague and open to speculation. Only a scant few episodes meaningfully answer even the most basic questions as to the origin of this digital hell. And those answers usually come only to serve the other pillars of the narrative. The amazing digital circus seems completely disinterested in the lore, so to speak, and chooses to spend its runtime on characters instead. I find this decision refreshing from a narrative standpoint. Many stories often get lost in the weeds of answering every possible question the audience might have, which leads to the really important thing, the characters, buried under a sea of exposition. The digital prison is not important past its utility as a narrative device to be used on the characters trapped within it. It's interesting, to be sure, but it can't be the primary plot of the show, and due to the limited nature of the series, it isn't really reasonable for it to be thoroughly explored without getting in the way of the actual plot. And we discover that the second and third pillars of the show's narrative are intrinsically linked. The emotional struggles that characters face in Jack's dark past start to crash into one another in ways that force us to focus our attention on exactly what happened before Pomni arrived at the circus. For anyone paying attention to the direction the show was going, it was incredibly obvious that the finale was going to be mostly about Jax. Of the questions that were left unanswered by the show, Jax's backstory was the thread that dangled the lowest and tangled up in pretty much every other character's arc, meaning that if anything was going to be resolved, it was going to have to include what made Jax's personality so openly cruel. You see, Jax, by the end of the show, had become something of a deuteragonist to Pomni. Pomni being optimistic, caring, and most importantly, honest with her emotions. Jax, conversely, seemed so scared to form any kind of emotional connection with the other characters to the point of being openly hostile to friendship that the rest of the cast either feared or hated him. Jax's reasonings for why he acted like this felt shallow and easily defeated, which Pomni did over and over again. This resulted in quite upsetting blow-ups between the two of them. Watching Jax become friends with Pomni only to self-sabotage repeatedly was genuinely incredibly sad. And the final would answer the question as to why it was like that. And people, as you might expect, got mad. Long story short, Jax is trans. This isn't directly stated, but it's heavily alluded to in the show, and Gooseworks has stated that this is the truth on Twitter. I know that's not necessarily the best way that information should be derived from media, but it's true. Jax drove a close friend to sewer slide. I don't know if I can say that word on YouTube. I'll censor it probably.
I think you can, but it's like the internet, as it's becoming more and more conquered by corporations. Yeah. We have to start talking like children. You can't say things like rape and suicide. Those are too icky and scary topics to talk about.
It upsets me so much that his whole it's a trans crash out, and it makes me think that Goose is actually a terrible person because Goose has stated also that Jax is kind of her
Straight.
self-insert. It's her self-insert, you know. And
I
it's
think
like,
there's multiple posts where Goose works is like, no, Jax is trans, Jax is straight, Jax is bi. Like it's just different things. Like there's multiple choice here with Jax.
yeah.
But yeah, also Jax's Goose works as stand-in character, I think, as stated.
Yeah, and it's really uncomfortable because it's like, wow, you pushed a friend to suicide, you abused your mom, and you pushed away and self-sabotaged every single friendship you had because you refused to talk about your problems, and two, your problem wasn't that big of a fucking deal. Like, holy shit.
Exact. Also, Mormonism, religion, of course, is in there. Like, it keeps saying like, maybe religion is right. Or like, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't be this crazy. All right. Maybe like, hey, there's something wrong with you. Maybe we should address the issue. No, there's nothing wrong with me. Kills her mom.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. I haven't gotten demonetized yet. I don't want to start today. Or whatever the equivalent to that is in the digital world, after revealing the most vulnerable parts of her past to said friend. Jax had been living in the shadow of that mistake.
Oh, come on. It's a he. It's a he. Jax is a he. All right. There's no evidence in the show at all that Jax is trans. This is the point where like, oh, put the bow on Jax. It's like Ribbit is obviously Jax's favorite, and Ribbit is now naked. So it's a boy in the room with the naked girl he's a crush on. Yeah, he's blushing.
For an indeterminate amount of time, and spent much of that time pushing everyone else away until the final revealed that everyone was, in fact, a bunch of brain scans, and she abstracts off screen. Much of this is revealed when Pomni makes contact with Jax's digital ghost in a gut-wrenching flashback. It's raw, like straight up upsetting stuff. After that sequence, Kane tells the surviving cast what their real selves are up to out in the real world after they were uploaded to the circus. The cast,
supposedly the truth,
then resolves to make the best of the situation they have and live peacefully in the circus with each other. It's bittersweet and doesn't answer every question that you may have had, but it's good. It's emotionally complex and narratively satisfying in ways that simply explaining the origins of the company that led to Kane's creation, or of the circus as a whole, could have ever been. But like I mentioned before, any cracks in the ending that invites the weeds of discourse will take hold quickly. Whether it was a lack of exposition of the lore or too much of a focus on Jax.
Yeah, I think most of us were kind of focused on the whole Jax might have killed his mom thing, not that Jax is secretly trans thing.
Yeah.
I know, weird, right? Like, wait a minute, you almost killed your mom. Oh no, that's okay then, because he's trans, and then because he's trans, that's fine. You can totally commit murder if you're trans, and it's fine.
Even Family Guy made that joke. It's like, excuse me, ma'am, you can't watch porn in public. Oh, excuse me, I'm transsexual. Oh, then please do whatever you want at all times.
All the time, yeah, exactly, including murder. When I watched the theaters, I thought Jack's secret problem was that he might have accidentally killed his mom. Apparently, that was way less important to him than secretly thinking he was a girl. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's no evidence whatsoever that Jack's trans in the show.
Yeah.
None. It's just, if you're normal, there's none. Like, he was like, okay, he's in the room with the girl he's a crush on, and she's naked now, so he's blushing. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Like, just she took her bow tie off and put on his ear. She's naked now.
Yeah, the thing is too, like, if that was Jax's problem, like, again, why wasn't it just explicitly stated? Because, just say it. Just say that was the thing.
Exactly.
Why didn't you say it in the show? Why do we need to play this homework game where we have to stalk not even your Twitter, your Blue Sky, that website that nobody uses?
According to the numbers, yeah. It was supposed to say, oh, you killed your mom? Boring. I'd rather talk about how you're trans. Exactly. Like, what? There's no trans. Let's see.
It's
Yeah,
really
you lack media literacy. Of course, she was. Of course, Jax was trans.
it makes me feel like Goose is ashamed that that's their logic and reasoning. You know, like
feels
like you know when you're in the high of just writing your own bullshit, like you're doing really well, you fly a little too close to the sun and you realize you fly too close to the sun, and so you back off and then you come like a giant pussy. Like I feel like that's what happened with Goose. I feel like Goose was riding their own high for a bit, and they understood that they had like a worldwide hit on their hand, and like everything was good, and like, aha, my art is like fantastic and all that. And then as the show got closer and closer to release, they had so much self-reflection that they realized, oh, this is not as good as I thought it was.
Yeah, exactly. It's because that's why, because everyone feels that way when they're writing. It's like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. And he's like, it's a step back, let it time pass. Like, oh no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, my Alex also think my wife, the Orange Man. I feel like the ending was sabotage. I don't buy that. I don't buy that for a second. No, like very few creators, if you would dedicate that much time and effort into it. Well, I mean, maybe if Goose was
Goose stated that. Goose stated like if the fan base ever got toxic, yeah, she would sabotage the show.
Maybe I personally, I think it was less purposeful sabotage, and I think it was more imposter syndrome. That's my guess. I think Goose was feeling a lot of imposter syndrome by the end, and just was just shamefully stumbled across the ending. But I that's my thoughts. I could be wrong, but
yeah, possibly. Because to me, it felt like that was the fruition of I have a toxic fan base now. At the point where they've driven me away from any excitement of the show. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to sabotage the ending.
So I obviously I don't know what it's like to be trans and to make a trans piece, like do what they're doing. I cannot put myself fully into Goose's mind, but I can put myself into the mind of someone who has spent countless sleepless nights working on a project, you know, and like having imposter syndrome on top of that. So like I can understand my theory more than I can understand self-sabotaging more, you know. It's yeah. I don't feel like if I got the golden opportunity that Goose got, I don't think I would self-sabotage. I would do my best, and even if I shamefully ended the show on ways that wasn't great, I feel like I would give it my all, you know.
I mean, that would be the case, I think, in most cases. It's just that the reason why I believe it might have been purposely sabotaged is because Goose came out and specifically said that they don't care anymore because the fan base drove them away from it.
I don't know. Maybe like I don't have a toxic fan base, so I don't know that either. So it's difficult, you know.
Yeah, it's like if your fan base is that so toxic that you lose all like love for the thing you're creating. Maybe you would just like, you know what? Screw you. I'm going to sabotage. I don't care anymore.
Maybe. Yeah.
If I have to look for the information outside of the source material, then it's homework. Therefore, it doesn't count. Yeah, it would have been better if Jax was just like if they said it in the show, then we would know. Mm-hmm. Better if Jax was just an asshole. I think would have been better if Jax is an unrepentant asshole. That's it.
Maybe Goose maybe this is like some attempt at a 4D chess play where there's both plausible deniability that no, Jax is not an asshole because he's going through a trans crash out. He's just an asshole because he's got mental problems, you know?
Yeah, possibly.
Could be. It could be both. And if that's the case, Stu is the toxic fan base. I'm not that toxic.
Yeah, it's like here, have guns. I don't care. Like when Kane was like, I don't care anymore. Here, have guns. I don't care.
Maybe.
Oh, that did result in the best episode.
It was the best one.
It was a really good episode.
A subset of the community was not happy. And when that negativity breached containment, it would flow everywhere. Subreddits with nothing to do with the Amazing Digital Circus would be inundated with posts about the ending. And what almost always followed was the kind of discourse indicative of a post-Game of Thrones world. It wasn't perfect, so it must be bad. And this isn't for me to say that the ending was perfect. There are plenty of valid criticisms to be made about how certain characters got sidelined, in all likelihood due to time constraints, but many of those criticisms felt pretty mild compared to what the ending managed to accomplish, given the very limited run of only 8 30-minute episodes and 1 hour-long finale. I also need to point out that some of the hate of the ending was coming from the position that Jax being trans was a bad thing, or somehow it didn't make sense for her to be trans, or that it was too on the nose, or that it, conversely, was not clear enough, which is all fucking bullshit, by the way. Jax being trans is probably the single most interesting thing about her character, and she has...
Okay, I think now we know where he's going. All right. The knitted cap really should have, given me a proper hint, but the grandma's hat should have been a big hint. But no, it's just dumb. I think you're bullshit, sir. See, David Musman says, I will say I like the music he uses in this video, very adventure from the 90s. But usually that kind of music is a big red flag now. I don't know. A lot of woke people tend to use that music for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And so your voice says there's a TDA season 2 fan sequel being made by Glyph, says TDAC. That's looking pretty awesome. Bubbles returns for revenge after season 1 finale. The teaser trailer has over 1 million views. Interesting.
Oh, I don't care.
That's interesting. I guess they're just really angry about it. Sure. Did you get it, Grant? And there it is. Exactly. And there it is. We got there.
A lot of very interesting things about her character, so that says quite a bit. The ending wasn't bad. I'd even dare to say that it was pretty good.
His character. They still call him a him at the end of the episode. At the end of the movie. Jax is still a dude.
Yeah. But most of the momentum of discourse and the propensity to lean heavily into negativity with no willingness to be just whelmed by an ending.
So it is that whole topic. Yeah, it's just like because Game of Thrones was so bad, and let us down so profoundly that we just now everyone is just it has put up a protective bubble, a shell around themselves. That when the ending does come for a show, we are just going to assume it is bad. We're just going to go ahead and protect ourselves and say, oh, here it comes, brace yourselves for the bad ending. And people. And the argument seems to be that we hate the ending because it is we're used to that. We're used to just all being terrible, and the vitriol and the anger at the ending is unfounded and is only caused by our past wounds. And because it was good, we've missed the good endings, like Amazing Digital Circus. But I didn't even think about Game of Thrones when Amazing Digital Circus came out at all. I didn't think about Game of Thrones when the Amazing Digital Circus ended. I didn't even think about that. I was prepared to like the ending. I was like, man, this is a good show. Hope it ends pretty well. But the ending was just terrible. It was objectively bad. It was just like a first draft or something. Because what it was, again, as I've said before, it is around 3 or so episodes put together, kind of sewn together without any ending or resolution. Because it kind of began 3 plot points, or around 3 plot points, if I remember correctly, and they didn't resolve any of these plot points. So it's like, okay, where are we going? It's like, okay, we're in this whole thing now. We're trying to kind of learn how to conjure from Kinger and rebuild the circus. Okay, that's interesting. That's pretty cool. Then a lot of time passes, and then and then all of a sudden Jax kind of abstracts, and then it's about Jax. It's about Pomni's adventure trying to unabstract Jax and to understand Jax now, I guess. And then we get there, and then we lead Jax to this tent thing, and they keep him as a pet, and it kind of feels like, okay, maybe he's gonna de-abstract now because we understood him. Mm-hmm. Like, oh my goodness, but it's like, oh no, he's abstracted already. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. Who cares? And then all of a sudden suddenly Kane's back. Okay, I guess Kane's back now for some reason, even though he said that wasn't possible, but I guess Kane's back now.
If you can return Kane, why can't you return Jax?
Yeah, exactly.
Or Ribbit or anybody.
Yeah, why don't you just delete Jax and then reload his save file from the latest autosave? Couldn't you do that? Couldn't that be the case? So yeah, King come back. So it was like it just ruined a bunch of stuff. A lot of things kind of went unresolved. We had 3 starts to an episode that had no resolution. And kind of stopped in the middle of the story plot lines. Let's see. Ryan the Dark says, I will never not find it bad. Hajime Isayama called out the end of Game of Thrones and yet made the same mistake with the ending of his own anime, Attack on Titan. He even had better endings in mind. He did? He had better endings?
He, hold on. I think it was Attack on Titan. I thought Attack on Titan was a good anime ending. And it was actually pretty well foreshadowed, like the king of blah 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 blah. Like you got to see that as early as episode 1. I'm not sure what you're trying to say here, dude. I'm sorry.
Let's see. It was supposed to. I think they were trying to tie in what Kinger said back in episode 3 to the finale. In this world, the worst thing you could do is make someone feel unwanted or loved. I mean, that was like true throughout the series. That was a pretty cool aspect throughout the series. But it's just like, okay, we're learning together, we're teaching each other, and then all of a sudden Jax is abstracted, so that the whole first thing about we're all learning how to conjure now, as if they're going to rebuild the digital circus in their image without Kane, which is going to be like, okay, we come together to rebuild this community. Is this it gets cut short. There's no resolution to that start, because now all of a sudden we're with Jax now, and then okay, we pull out Jax. I mean, we pull out Pomni from Jax as we're getting like really close to the source here. And like, oh, let's take care of it together, as if we together we can save Jax, because that's what it felt like we were going towards. And then what he actually meant was this plot point is over now, and we're just going to put him in a tent with no resolution to that plot point. Like, oh, I guess it's just over now. So really, the moment Jax abstracted, it was technically over because we didn't really get any resolution either way.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Kane's back. Like, okay, I guess we're on the Kane storyline now. It's like, okay, it was very silly. But anyway, Chad, technically the stream will be over now, because I know where that's going. I don't really need to see the other like 20 minutes, I guess. But now we can go to the extra video, Chad. The extra video, which is called Let Her Cook, and it is Asmongold in a very based shirt, going over this lady's video, and which is giving she's talking about the Disneyfication of Warcraft, which is actually a big issue. So,
yeah, especially for Asmongold.
Yeah, especially because that's where he made his early bones. You know, being a old Warcraft guy.
Disneyfication of Warcraft. Imagine if I have an opinion on this. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Here we go.
World of Warcraft is one of the most tragic victims of the modern gaming industry World of Warcraft is one of the most tragic victims of the modern gaming industry that brutally...
Oh, Asmongold is ready. He's got his fingers steepled and everything. He's ready to go.
Mishandles legendary IPs and turns them into shadows of their former selves. It's a textbook example of you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. In its foundations, Warcraft established a certain look or aesthetic for itself that made it really stand out in a sea of other titles in the fantasy genre.
It had a hyper-masculine, badass look. It was so cool.
Notably, despite their clear...
That is true. It did have that, yeah. It was about war and conflict and like demons invading the land and trying to fight these other... Warcraft 3, I would say, is pretty peak. It added 2 more races that we never got before, that we could, playable factions. Because, yeah, Warcraft 2 added a bunch of stuff. We got elves and gnomes and ogres and goblins and stuff, and dragons and griffins and all that stuff. But they were just basically the human faction and the horde faction, the orc faction, essentially. But Warcraft 3 added in undead and night elves, which are really cool. And they really had like really top tier writing. This tragedy and is the downfall of a hero. It's awesome. It's really good. And yeah, so Warcraft 3 really set the standard, I think, of how the world should be. Warcraft 2 did a lot, did a lot of the foundational forging of the lore, but Warcraft 3 really hit home. It was a home run.
Influences from other games, the races of Warcraft had their own flair about them that you could only find in Warcraft or WoW. However, over the years, we have seen...
that's why I said, like, okay, there's a difference between Lord of the Rings orcs and Warcraft orcs. Warcraft orcs are very unique in terms of what orcs you're going to find out here.
A devastating shift in tone, writing, and art direction that have turned...
I can already tell this is woke because of the haircut. First of all, black elf with a zoomer broccoli top haircut. And
I didn't even notice the elf ears. How the fuck? No.
Female, I assume lesbian, black elf with a broccoli top zoomer haircut. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I can't wait to see this.
WoW from this vast, gritty fantasy.
I like we go from this zoomer monstrosity to Arthas, the Lich King, Arthas.
This vast, gritty fantasy that did have a bit of whimsy here and there to a full-on Disney-fied version of its former self.
Because Warcraft 3 was a really good mixture of tragedy, drama, and comedy. There would be like Arthas would be bringing down Lordaeron, killing his own father, but then you had like jokes in the background. You could hire a panda or something.
Today, I want to talk a bit about how WoW lost its uniquely Warcraft identity.
They just started having the game run by women and made for women.
That's kind of what happened. Yeah, we watched videos on what happened in the progression of World of Warcraft. Yeah, that's what happened. As soon as they started hiring women and putting women in charge, Warcraft died.
Did you see the report that the supposedly all the abuse happening at Blizzard was faked?
It was all lies in order to keep out white men.
Yeah, like the breast milk thing. Allegedly not real, and that's crazy. Like huge if true, you know.
I could, that sounds insane, but at this point, I just believe it. It's probably true. It's probably what happened. Probably just someone lied. I mean, how many times have we caught women in lies as they're trying to destroy a man? It's like every time. It's almost like 100% of accusations is like that's a lie. Even the egregious ones against Neil Gaiman, it's like he went to court and he was found innocent. A lot of them are like these accusations against YouTubers, like YouTube men. Yeah, they go through the whole thing and it's like, oh, it's fake. It's not real. I think SaberSpark went through that recently, where someone accused him and he's like, he disproved it easily. He's like, no, it's not real. So it's like almost every time there's an accusation, it's fake. It turned out to be fake. There's just let's not forget the big case around this issue, which was the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, which was also fake. Also fake.
That's why. That's the reason why.
Well, actually, it was like that one guy who kind of like wanted to turn it into like a money-making business, even though they were already a money-making business being good to fans. But he's like, no, we gotta meet deadlines, we gotta get more. And that led to the hiring of women, which led to the decline, even after he'd left.
It's that simple. It's actually that simple.
Because women don't understand masculinity. They think it's silly. That's what women think. Women tend to think masculinity is very silly. They like the good parts of it. Like I fight the burglar or something. I'm going to fight this bad guy or slay the dragon. They like the good parts of it. But overall, what the attributes that get us to those big moments, like the attributes that get us to, I've explored and found a new country. I've climbed this mountain. I've conquered this dragon. It starts off with like doing stupid crap with your friends. All right. That's the beginning attitudes, the beginning actions of a man developing his masculinity is like, oh, I want to jump off this roof and hopefully land the pool to impress my friend. That's where it all comes from. All right. That's where it all comes from. So that's 90% I would say of masculine behavior is seen as silly by women. So that's why probably. In fact, that's kind of where once they brought in like the old creator at one point, the guy who led WoW when it was great, and then he brought him back thinking that maybe this will fix things, but he's older now, And as an older man, his testosterone is dried up like the Sahara Desert.
Like
and so
eggs.
now, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So he's an older man now. So his testosterone has just left his body and his balls have shriveled into raisins. He's like, oh, I really wish you wouldn't have named it Warcraft. Like, it's no use hiring the creator if he's like 60 or 50 years old because his testosterone is dried up. And unless he's like worked out and everything and, you know, kept the mentality of a man, then it's useless. Like there's it's useless. So we get to that part where like once they're 50 or 60, we get to that point where they say, oh yeah, testosterone is a poison that's in men's veins, like what James Cameron said. He just called testosterone as poison. And then this guy's like, oh, I wish you wouldn't have called it Warcraft. No, this is silly. So, you know, it's just silly. So the thing is, yeah, these men, it's easier for an older man to become feminized. It doesn't always happen, but when they're in Hollywood, it tends to happen. When they're like in the creative industry, it tends to happen. They get big brain and say, well, maybe, you know, violence isn't the answer or something like that, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Violence is the question. And the answer is yes. But yeah, it's just you need to have testosterone here. You can't have a guy who's lost it all lead a testosterone fueled franchise. So that's just ridiculous. But yeah, when you have like women running it and older men running it who have surrendered their testosterone, well, I guess it's not like lost. I do lose it a little bit, but when they get to that mentality, they just surrender it and they go, I wish it wasn't called Warcraft anymore. Then then fire the guy. When he's coming into a franchise called Warcraft and he's like regretting the word war and Warcraft, just get rid of him. He is useless now. He's completely lost what he needs to do this job. Let's see. Megathon says even one of the biggest content creators for WoW is Tay Leeson and Evitel. We are in trouble. Who are those? Are those YouTube or something?
Yeah, I have no idea who they are.
It happened to Samuel Jackson too. He's like, yeah, I already cashed that check. Like Samuel Jackson also went like into lost his testosterone apparently, and started going very soy.
You might not like it.
Focusing mainly on art and aesthetics, and
I think Tarantino is way too nerdy and way too prideful to get rid of the violence. He likes it too much. In fact, he's fueled really more about his defiance of the overall culture than the whole brainy thing. So yeah, Tarantino. I don't think would ever give on the violence. So even though he's kind of a weirdo, and not just because of the feet thing, he's a weirdo in general, and not a bad kind of weirdo. At least I don't think. It's more like he's kind of an asshole sometimes, I guess. But you know, he's an artist. Whatever. As long as he's not a bad kind of weirdo, and you know, he's not the whole brainy, pretentious guy who's like, oh, violence is wrong. He's not. He's still pretty cool to me so far, unless there's something else about him I don't know.
At this point, I wouldn't put it past any of these people anymore. They just lost it all. It's embarrassing.
Well, then Tarantino has always been one of those rebellious guys. As you know, when he put a lot of foot shots and Margot Robbie into Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, there's some famous reporters like, what about the lack of screen time and lines that Margot Robbie has as a woman in your movie? And he's like, I reject your reality or something like that, or I reject your premise. Doesn't even answer the question. It's like, that's dumb. He's basically just with that's dumb and not answering that.
Yeah.
So I do like him. He's a rebellious sort of movie creator. He's just doing his own thing without worrying about what Hollywood has to say. Megathon says, yeah, LD Stu, the work WoW content creators, they are omega soy. Oh man. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Same thing happened in D&D. It just went full blown soy. Like you have to be gay to play D&D now. It seems to be the criteria. Let's see. Dai Karai says, no, old man testosterone is fuel. Use it or go to varnish and get scrapped into the yard. You're headed towards the way either way. You might as well use their time before it rots. You can keep it if you work out and stuff like that.
Yeah. You've basically just, you got to eat meat, work out. Keep honestly, it sounds weird. Keep having sex with your wife. Like one of the reasons why you should just stay married is just so that you can keep flirting with your woman.
Oddly enough, you keep doing manly things, you keep your testosterone.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good plan, really. Also, as someone who's been married a long time, it's pretty peak. I can verify. It's pretty good.
The Orange Man says, speaking of Tarantino, is making his last movie called the Movie Critic. That's going to be interesting. I wonder what Tarantino is going to do with that. That's going to be interesting.
And just have a bit of an honest discussion on what exactly went wrong and why it matters in the context of a changing, out-of-touch industry that has plunged many legendary franchises into an identity and aesthetic crisis. Before we get started, hi, my name is Angelica, and this is a video that I have been building up to for a while. It isn't a new discussion, but it's really important to me as somebody who grew up with Warcraft, and I am probably the way that I am because of it. And previously on this channel, we have had several in-depth discussions on the races of
what does he complain about there?
Warcraft and certain aesthetic and tone shifts that have fundamentally changed how they were, even from Warcraft 3 to Vanilla WoW, or even some things that have straight up ruined everything that was unique about a particular race. It hits hardest with the Night Elves, as we have seen, where they went from these savage men and women who fought with a brutality that even the orcs couldn't believe to please don't hurt my tweed. You can check this video out if you want to hear about it in more detail, but
because they got rid of Illidan. He was the only real one.
They got rid of Illidan. I mean, they got rid of Illidan a long time ago. Even Warcraft 3, he's locked in the jail cell for like 10,000 years. These are the things is that Kojima and Tarantino need to team up. You know who needs to team up? Kojima and Christopher Nolan. Could you imagine like the chaos of Kojima mashed up with the chaos of Tenet?
I don't trust Nolan anymore. I wouldn't want him. Kojima's still got his balls, you know?
Yeah, he's still a mad genius. And somehow it's crazy what he does, but somehow it works. Somehow it works. Let's see.
For me, this has sparked a wider discussion on where exactly WoW lost this brutal...
I'm sorry, but like, I mean,
this is Warcraft 2, by the way. This is Warcraft. This is from the Warcraft 2 book. Remember when games came with cool books about lore and stuff? This is a scene from that book. It was really good. You talked about the past, you had a big lore dump in that book that came with Warcraft 2. It was awesome.
This is for dudes. This is absolutely for dudes. This is for guys 100. That's for guys right there. Dudes see this and they're like, oh, badass.
Warcraft essence, and how did we get to these Disney vibes? Honestly, you don't really have to do any in-depth analysis.
Is this kind of what happens when something like reaches mainstream? They have to start making it for women.
Yeah,
the demand is heavy to make it more for women. Even like the anime that reaches that height is like, oh, we need to have more female representation, more focus on women, have softer storylines for romance and stuff. It's just that the creators of these manga and anime are like, no, not going to do that. You can feel free to enjoy the story, but I'm not making it more towards women. Like Oda did that when they started asking for more romance stories or more romance plot lines. They're like, no, not until I feel like it.
Yeah.
It's not now.
Analysis to see that there is a massive difference between even these images here.
This scene on this face on the right is like he got a lobotomy.
As if they come from totally different universes.
Absolutely.
Everyone looks so bubbly, kind. Even the rougher options for faces look so soft and clean. It's missing that bit of spice that we saw with...
It used to be a savage fucking game, and now it's just not like that at all anymore. It's just
older
sad.
models, and this bubbly, well-rounded and
was a
smooth
fucking
kind of
savage
look
in Warcraft
really
3.
goes
She
for
was.
how the rest of the world looks as well. Some people suggest that this is just the natural way that it progressed with these newer models.
Absolutely
but
not.
I would argue that it definitely could have taken a different way if they wanted it to.
Absolutely
just
not.
look at these unused human models and
look at that guy. You've got fucking Rob Zombie, Antonitis right there. Like, these dudes look fucking badass.
how much they
That looks like Rob Zombie, yeah.
resemble their Warcraft 3 selves.
Yeah.
There was already a shift in tone from the start of vanilla World of Warcraft, but at that point, it wasn't anything too egregious, even though it would have been nice to see them explore this particular look for humans.
They kind of did a little bit. The Kultirans are this general style, but I'm sad we don't.
But that's hold on. That's not Kulturas. That is Lordaeron, right? That's like or is that I forget what the Kulturas symbol is. The Kulturas guys are the naval. They're ship people. They're naval people.
Are you talking about the far right one?
That I have no idea what the hell that is. Actually,
well, they're wearing an alliance tabard, so
that's it. It's an alliance symbol, but it's like very light blue, so I could see why he might think it's Kulturas, because Kulturas is teal usually. Kulturas. Wait a minute. Hold on. The seaman. And the line is Stormwind. That's it. Yeah, Kulturas is an anchor. That's it. I forgot what the emblem was. Kulturas is an anchor. I knew it wasn't a lion because they are ship people. They are the navy essentially of the alliance. So, in fact, Kulturas is where Jaina Proudmoore comes from, because the leader of Kulturas was Admiral Proudmoore. So it's a pretty major nation that you don't hear much about, but is very influential.
I have one of these.
Intimidating, sharper look, and something that made them stand out from humans in other fantasy games.
Yeah.
Warcraft 3 was a defining game for the overall look that made WoW.
It was the game. As much as I like Warcraft 1 and 2, and 2 being a very defining, like very, very expansive game in terms of lore and everything. And I liked Warcraft 2 for many years. Warcraft 3 struck it home. It was just like that was the crowning achievement of Warcraft.
Oh, so great! They established.
I'm gonna be real. World of Warcraft is still like the crowning achievement. Like,
well, technically, like, because it made so much money and stuff. And in the early years, it was pretty cool because it kind of felt like a continuation of the lore. It really did. But none of this would have been possible without Warcraft 3 and the power of Warcraft 3. There would be I guess it would be kind of fun to just play the Horde, who are just evil, but that wasn't the case. But it was for good reasons. It was for good reasons. I do like the idea of Thrall like leading his people to freedom. That's a pretty good. There's so many really good storylines in 3. There's the fall of a hero in Arthas, where he's like the most righteous of men, and then he becomes like Kira. He just falls to corruption. And then there's Thrall leading his captive defeated people, which they deserve, but he's leading them to a better life away from the violence and the corruption of the demons and the enslavement by the humans, which they have a right to do at this point. But into a new land where they can have a better, brighter future away from all that. It was cool. So many good storylines in Warcraft 3. Melon says, Lord Admiral Proudmoore LD, he was a Lord of Kulturas. That's it. He has Lord Admiral Proudmoore, and who's the father of Jaina Proudmoore, which is the love interest of Arthas.
Interesting balance between the masculine and the.
This was awesome. Like this cinematic here, where it's like this awesome like footman of Lordaeron, leading an army against an army of orcs.
Masculine and the feminine that worked in harmony to amplify one another. By this, I mean
they also made feminine characters that were badass.
Like Ilaria Windrunner, she was awesome in Warcraft 2. And then we had Sylvanas Windrunner, who was also really cool. Even though you fought her as Arthas, she was really cool in Warcraft 3. Excellent. Like, she deserved the Windrunner name. Of course, we got the third sister too.
It's just really funny because she you hated her, but you kind of respected her. Like by the end of it,
because she was loyal, she was brave, she was basically very, very competent in what she did. Because she almost single-handedly kept Arthas from advancing on several occasions. So she was really good. Sylvanas Windrunner was awesome before she became undead. She deserved a warrior's death, but she just didn't get it because Arthas was like, "Aha, you work for me now, bitch."
Yeah, he's such that's how Arthas went too far. He didn't give his enemy a respectable death. Instead, it's I know this is kind of overplayed in terms of like media writing. It almost reads like a rape scene. It really do.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Because like he takes her to the altar, he extracts her soul, like turns her into his like personal like slave, and it's like, yeah, no, it's really fucky. It's really fucky what he does to her. And like, even though it was very fantastical, you feel like the violation that Arthas does. And that's kind of the moment where you know that this is no longer like a Machiavellian, like I wouldn't even describe him as Machiavellian, like utilitarian guy doing the hard choices. He has now crossed the threshold and he's irredeemable.
Yeah, especially when he's like, I raise you from the dead and I'm going to send you to kill your own people. That's like, wow, that's dark. And then she doesn't really get freed from him until the expansion, because he starts losing his powers because the Lich King starts calling him home, and he has to put on the helm. Then she's able to like wrestle. Basically, she's Kerrigan from StarCraft. She becomes like the Warcraft version of Kerrigan.
Toronto, like I really didn't like. This is like a personal like pet peeve with me with Warcraft is that I really didn't like, and I think it was patch 5.2. This was in Mists of Pandaria, where Varian Wrynn had to like talk Tyrande down from like being like aggressive and problematic in the war with the Horde in Pandaria. I thought it was just so.
Wait, why? First of all, Tyrande is like a powerful war priestess, so but she, of course she is going to be aggressive with the Horde. I mean, but why wouldn't you be at that point? I don't know. I don't know the history up until that point, but is it wrong for her to be aggressive against the Horde? I don't know. I would be on her side at this point. I see Horde, I kill the Horde. Let's see. Megathon, they said $20 super chat. Thank you very much for Megalithon. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Let's see. If you have never seen the Warbringers, Jaina and Azshara vignettes, I 100% recommend it. They are some of the best supplementary media Blizzard can even pit out. That's pretty cool. I've never seen those before though. Never seen those. Wait, Azshara, isn't Azshara the High Elven Queen that started this whole thing?
She turned into the like mermaid lady.
Yeah, the Naga.
The Naga, yeah, you're right. And she has like Ursula legs and stuff. Yeah.
So she was the High Elven Queen that kind of started the whole conflict with the Sunwell and stuff. Jaina is, of course, she has to become the leader of the human exiles after Arthas went a little insane. So that sounds pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Supplementary material. It's pretty interesting. I'll check them out.
Disrespectful to the character, and I was like, this bitch is
like. Tyrande was cool, Ilaria was cool, Sylvanas Windrunner was cool, Jaina Proudmoore was pretty awesome, and that doesn't really go into Grona, which was just like a side character in the background of Warcraft 1, but has been expanded upon since then to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Also, was she half human or half Draenei? I don't.
Grona was half orc and half human.
Okay.
So she was like that's what made her such a great spy in Warcraft 1. Let's see. Megathon says, yes, LD, I put in the clip submission last week on July 24th. That's pretty cool. Check it out. Let's see. But yeah, she's from a game.
Dude, no. Sylvanas Windrunner does not have the same. She's from a game as Mercy does. Calm the fuck down.
No, Jaina Proudmoore. Jaina Proudmoore's from a video game?
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like, Jaina Proudmoore does not have the same, like, presence as fucking Mercy.
Tyrande, Maiev is also really good. She was like the really awesome warden that was had a vendetta against Tyrande. Because Tyrande freed Illidan. And Maev's like, what the hell, bitch? Maiev, there was even G4 said that Maiev had this like Shakespearean storyline where she's trying to, as a Javert level tenacity, trying to bring back Illidan and bring him to heal, where she would just pretty much do anything. She lost a bunch of her people doing it. It's crazy stuff. Maiev is really interesting as a character as well. So Warcraft 3 brought us a ton of really intriguing female characters without sacrificing the testosterone that was fueling it. And also, even Warcraft 1 gave us Grona, Warcraft 2 gave us Ilaria. There's a lot of interesting female characters in here without having to Disneyfy the world.
They weren't
Like,
afraid of making them hot either.
Yeah, that's definitely also the case. Definitely.
Thousands of years old. She's led wars against demons. Like, what do you mean Varian Wren is like telling her to calm down and to act normal? It just seemed so disrespectful to the character. I mean, she's supposed to be like the goddess of Elune, or like the avatar.
She's a high priestess of Elune. So she's like the leader of the night elves, essentially.
Of Elune at that point, right? The moon goddess. Like, what the fuck?
She gets to lead the high elves while her husband sleeps.
Yeah, she was wife of Malfurion, right?
Yeah, the Malfurion Storm Rage is a badass name.
Yeah, because they were wardens of the Emerald Dream, and since they had to go be wardens of that with that green dragon,
The green dragon.
Like that's why the women were like that, and it was an equal thing too. Like, it wasn't feminist like in that regard, but it was everyone had a place, everyone had a role to play, and women did different stuff than men. And it's very frustrating to see them just completely do this shit,
Exactly. I think so too. It's the Alexander Five says, meanwhile, some anime only Fate fans. Wait, Saber's from a hentai? Saber's from a hentai. What the hell? Yeah, it's probably pretty let's say surprising for some people.
Making Night Elves to the Alliance and WoW defang the Night Elves? Well, there used to be 4 factions. It was the Night Elves, the Undead, the Orcs, and then the Tauren and the Trolls were inside of them, right? The small horde. And then it was the Alliance, which was the humans, the gnomes, and the dwarves, right? This is the way it used to be. And that was in Warcraft 3. And they simplified it in WoW. And I do think that it caused problems. And for a while, it wasn't a problem because Sylvanas kept the undead separate from the horde, right? And I think they did a good job with that. But after she was gone and they changed her character, it just got 1,000 times worse. And also like Jaina was a badass. Sylvanas was a badass. Tyrande was a badass. Like, I'm trying to think if there were any other like major female characters in Warcraft 3. I think those were the main 3. Maiev was a badass even.
Maiev, there we go. Maiev.
Like, she did get Illidan. At the end of the day, she got his ass. And Vosh, Lady Vosh as well. Yeah, no, you're right, because she was working with...
Lady Vosh was interesting because she was a villain at first, and then you kind of like, you get to play as Illidan, and then you get to understand like where the Naga are coming from. So they become less villainous as time goes on.
Fucking Kael'thas and them.
And Illidan is not necessarily evil. He's just very ambitious. In fact, I think he's like fighting the same bad guys. He's fighting the same Burning Legion.
He's just a zealot.
Yeah. And he's like the kind of guy. He's basically like Jack from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D. Like he's the guy willing to do the thing no one else would do. Like Jack is willing to trick his friends, betray his friends to get greatness. Illidan is willing to do the same thing. He's willing to eat power, whatever curse might come from it, to get the things done. He essentially is a shadow of Arthas. Arthas when he's got on his trail of darkness, where he's just down to the desperation of like, okay, I'm taking Frostmourne so I can kill this guy. That's Illidan at his normal state. That's Illidan normal.
And no, you're right. And so like you had all of these characters that were great, and it's like they can't write characters like that anymore. It's very cringe.
Into the side of fantasy that is effortlessly universal.
Epic. When I first played this game, and I was like, this moment comes up. This is awesome. Like, the hero comes home and he's like, welcome back, my son. Like, what are you doing? Succeeding you, father. He stabs him in the throat. You see the crown roll off. It's awesome. This is awesome. It was a really good story.
Universally appealing. Strong, believable characters, flawed, but each with their own personalities and their own motivations when it comes to the greater fight for the good of their own race. Or
if Blizzard was brave, they would have another time skip where we go back in time and we help Arthas kill everyone in
Oh, that'd be awesome. You get to help Arthas call Stratholme. That's like a turning point.
That literally is literally a dungeon.
Oh, it's Stratholme where you kill the people there?
Yeah, you go back in time and you help Arthas kill Stratholme. I think he's about to say someone else.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Stratholme. And then we go to Northrend, and with the combined power of the Alliance and the Horde, we help him vanquish Mal'Ganis and take vengeance for Lordaeron. And we set the timeline right. Because Jaina and Uther were wrong completely, and Arthas was right.
Arthas, that's the whole tragedy of it. Arthas was right. Everyone else was like, no, Arthas, you're going too far. Arthas is right. Stratholme was already infected. They would have turned into a whole city of undead. Had you not called them first?
About everything.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever cause they support. A very mature approach that gave a lot of room for growth and a future for Warcraft. It reminds me of how The Lord of the Rings.
Well, it's kind of like, people say, the meme, Griffith nothing wrong, even though he obviously did.
Yeah.
Arthas actually didn't, because he was right about Stratholme. Mm-hmm. And killing them before they turned, it was like this, you're getting rid of an army. I guess there could be an argument of like killing them before they turn, but that's like a good thing to do in Walking Dead. Like Walking Dead guys, like, I'm infected, please shoot me before I turn into a zombie. That's like the merciful thing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all Arthas was doing was taking that idea and going pro with it. Taking that to mass market. Yeah, he went prestige with it, exactly.
Particularly the movies are so appealing to literally everyone. They never needed to overcompensate in a way that a lot of modern games and fantasy in general.
Now, after Stratholme, he started doing some things wrong. So I really can't say Arthas did nothing wrong, because obviously he did. But Stratholme it's questionable. I could say that wasn't one of them. However, it did start his journey towards towards him doing things wrong, like backstabbing the mercenaries that help him burn the ships of his own men. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. First of all, burning the ships of his own men so they can't leave and they have to stay here and do his bidding. Bad enough. But then he hired a bunch of mercenaries to do it and then killed them all.
They were like goblins and stuff too, if I recall.
It's like trolls and goblins and stuff, and ogres and stuff. So like it was believable. Like, oh, these asshole ogres and stuff. But
oh, guys, oh man, look, these guys burnt our ships. I
was about to kill them for you guys. I'm glad you showed up.
Yeah, not cool, guys. Not cool, ogres.
So start killing,
Tends to do nowadays. For example, did you know that in total, if you take all of the main female characters and put their screen time together, you don't even get a full hour? And
no, based.
Wonder they're so good.
Despite
I love Asmund so much.
So based. No wonder they're so good.
This, The Lord of the Rings has a massive female fan base.
Well, that's because, and the other reason too is that
that's probably because of Aragorn, if I'm going to be honest, by Aragorn and Legolas. That's probably why they have such a massive female fan base. It's like the Hollywood wants to think that women like it when women are the lead, and that's the only way women will come watch a movie. No, women go watch a movie the same reason men go watch a movie. It's like, okay, men go to see the beautiful women. Women want to go see the masculine Chad dudes do masculine Chad dude things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of women want to date a guy that's like Aragorn, right? Or like Faramir. Like that's really, I mean, that's
Faramir. Don't you mean Boromir?
I could see the argument for Faramir because he's like
Faramir's more of a pretty boy. Yeah,
he's also more sensitive and like
this is just a meme. Like, father, Boromir would for a date Boromir. Oh, I look young, father, don't I? Boromir would look younger. Because his dad just hated him so much for some reason.
This is that is really, I think, for a lot of girls, that's peak masculinity. And like, yeah, younger girls like Legolas, but like I'm talking about like, older women, like you're a 35-year-old woman, you're going to be like, oh my God, Aragorn is amazing, right? And so, or Boromir, maybe, right? And so like, that's it.
You can look at the Rings of Power and how they massacred Galadriel's character to where she's no longer a strong, wise.
Women tend to hate this Galadriel. Like she's a joke. Like everyone, it's like almost universally accepted that this Galadriel is just a joke.
Elf, but an insufferable girl boss who behaves like those main characters from the Disney shows. Everything feels over-exaggerated, overplayed.
Fight with your feet. How do you kill an orc? You stab it.
And unnatural. Warcraft had a place for everybody, not because they had to fit someone in to meet a quota, but because the world naturally formed in this way. In the RTS, for example, the Night Elves, despite being such a wild and brutal race, are actually a matriarchal society, and little things like even the in-game callouts are done with a female voice, as opposed to the other races that have male voice callouts. Modern WoW has a lot of flaws when it comes to writing, but particularly female characters.
And I think that was another component, is that like Malfurion and Tyrande were like viewed as equals in a lot of ways, right? Like Malfurion was like a arc druid that was trained by Cenarius, who was like a demigod, and then Tyrande was like the goddess.
Like just that alone is just awesome. Like he's the Malfurion Stormwind was an arc druid trained by Cenarius, the demigod, which is true. That's accurate. That's what happened. So that's the saying that alone is awesome. And that's a really cool idea in general.
Of the priestess of the moon that was imbued by power from Elune, which is like their god. So like there truly was equality there. I don't know what the hell happened.
Feel so forced, unnatural, and like their motivation doesn't come from a genuine place, but instead it's all just sort of performative. Sylvanas went from the tragic survivor of the Lich King, the powerful Banshee Queen that unified the Forsaken, to a cartoony villain. The rest of the writing across the world, coupled with the cadence with which female characters speak, is just, it's Disney.
Is that Thorin's Wall? Yes.
Then the stories and legends I read as a child were true.
This is an infamous example. The way that it looks like a...
Compare that to whenever they're sailing up at the end of Fellowship of the Ring with like the two fucking, those two different statues.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Like the aura used to be there and now it's fucking gone. Is she blind? She's blind and disabled.
Of course.
And black.
Poorly made machinima from the early days, and to be fair, even though this looks better...
I've watched...
And she's
I've seen this cutscene, and I think this is the one where like Khadgar comes back in a wheelchair.
This is so terrible.
He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in Khazalgar.
By the way,
some girl with glasses? Like what the hell?
Hey, this is an official cinematic, and it gets completely mogged by 15-year-old videos on Warcraft movies.
Yeah, doubtlessly, yeah.
It's not even close.
You'll never understand.
But it's that overplayed style of narration that is used.
This feels like some baby's first play. That's what it feels like. It's like a Rings of Power, like baby's first fantasy dialogue.
Used to tell you about history that is somehow relevant to the plot. The shades that she's wearing are also kind of throwing me off. We get two supposedly strong female characters here, but their dialogue is so...
his arms...
very janky.
like oh my god, principles of animation be damned, you know.
Really relevant to the plot. The shades that she's wearing are also kind of throwing me off. We get two supposedly strong female characters here, but their dialogue is so poorly written.
I could hear the dialogue already. It's like no, if we kill our enemies, they win.
And it's delivered in such a strange way that I can't help but just cringe at it. There was talk about this sort of thing happening a lot, not just in WoW, but in other games in general, in an attempt to make games more appealing to women.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exact. I told you, see, I said at the beginning of the video, it's actually that simple.
Is the industry's idea of what is supposed to be appealing to women.
What's incredible
A
too,
corporate
he
brain
points this out all the time. If you go to conventions, what are the most popular cosplays? It's the sexy ones. Everyone wants to play that. Everyone wants to dress up as the sexy, cool character.
Yeah, that's why no one really wants to dress up as like the drab Walmart over the counter girl. They want to dress up as the really cool, because cosplay is also an art. They don't want to do easy cosplay. They want to do cool, challenging cosplay. That that looks so cool. It looks like the real costume. They want that as a kind of like a validation of what they've done. Like if it's really easy to cosplay the character, they're probably not going to really like the character very much.
Of people that never really had interest in video games to begin with came up with this. An out-of-touch entity that has all of the power, but none of the creativity to bring Warcraft back to its former glory. Why is it that in order to appeal to female gamers, we need to infantilize the dialogue and the writing to Disney levels? Things like this are straight up insulting to everybody's intelligence. I wonder how it passed quality checks. Is there nobody there that listens back to this and says, hey, maybe this is a little bit silly?
It's a culture of toxic positivity. Nobody's going to talk down the inclusion of a female, black, disabled, one-armed character. It's not going to happen, because doing so would put your job at risk, because even criticizing something like that would make you seem like you're a racist or there's something wrong with you. So what happens inside of the company is that there's a culture of silence and a culture of toxic positivity where these woke things just continue to get worse and worse and more overt as time goes on. And I think that the result of that is that you have characters that are just completely unlikable, annoying. They don't resonate with anybody. And it's because nobody at the company can tell these people no, because if you do, then you go to HR for being a Nazi. That's the problem. That's the issue. And I think that very clearly what happened is that Warcraft had, I think, still a pretty serious, dark story. And what really killed it was the sexual assault allegations. I really feel like after that...
Okay, that's true. Then it kind of does feel like those were all made up to prevent men from being involved. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, no, it's really bizarre how all this happened all of a sudden, you know?
Absolutely.
Happened. The entire narrative of the game, like that, we got Dragonflight after Shadowlands. Dragonflight was a profoundly different vibe story than anything that we had before that. And, they replaced all of the women in bikinis with the fucking fruit. They changed a bunch of achievements for Valentine's Day, where it's...
What do you mean by fruit? I definitely didn't make it that far into World of Warcraft.
Yeah, no, I quit it. I quit at Northrend, I guess. So I'm very confused what they mean by that.
It was the fruit.
You don't have to do certain things with female characters anymore. It's just basically they got Me Too'd so bad because the company did have bad weirdos there. They did have those bad weirdos in the company. But the problem is that those bad weirdos were the ones writing the main story, and the people that replaced them weren't able to write their own stories that were that good, and they had to overcompensate for it. I think that's what happened. McCree got renamed in Overwatch. Yeah, there's that too. You're right.
This is a little side note that goes beyond World of Warcraft and shows you just how much the industry does not take female characters or female gamers seriously, and how much they misunderstand us. A recent example is God of War Laufey, which is such an unfortunate thing for me because a game along the lines of Heavenly Sword or a God of War game with a female protagonist does sound like it's something that would appeal to me, like I would be the target audience for that kind of game. But when I watched the showcase and heard little bits of her dialogue and what she was saying, I felt confused.
And the problem, infantilized. Like every single time they want to appeal more towards women, they always have to infantilize it. And the thing, what's so wrong about it is that it's the Tumblrina types, the woke types. They love that infantilization. That's why they all do it. I don't know if you've ever seen these woke types talk to each other. I do know I've seen this happen with Gail Simone, or they'll make videos, and the way they talk to you is how woke people want to be talked to. It's infantilized. It's like Imagine a nanny talking to you like you're 3 or 5 or something like that. You're a kid.
Yeah.
That's how woke people want to be spoken to. So that's why I think that's why, because they interact with woke people all the time. This saturated the market, the industry with woke people, and that's how woke people not only want to be talked to like that, they demand it. Like if you don't talk to them like that, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I work at anime conventions where these people just they get to live for free, you know. They have dominated the space and they've made it so incredibly hostile that I've had other artists come up to me and they're like, yeah, no, we like it's like they don't like hanging out with their own friends because they're just so nasty to each other all the time.
It's like swimming with a bunch of sharks. Like they're with you until you start bleeding, and then they're ready to kill you at the moment's notice. They'll just start eating you.
Yeah,
that's why they're so hostile to each other. That's why they have allies, not friends.
Mhm.
So yeah, Agile Aardvark, they have therapy speak. They want to be spoken to, and they talk to each other via therapy speak, like things that sound profound or meaningful, but are they've been sanded down to a smoothness that is without edginess, well, at least actual edginess, and without humanity.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is too is like not it's both envy and it's both envy and like this weird pride, because they're almost always artists, the people who do this. They will conspire and like fuck each other over. Like every artist like that I've ever encountered at these things are like, we got to stick together, we're all in this together, until one of them starts doing well. And then what happens?
And the knives come out.
they turn on each other. These fucking like disingenuous, like disgusting harpies. They'll turn on anybody too. Like it's not just like, you know, I'm you look MAGA. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yes, I do work out.
Yeah, when someone told
me
me
the gym is right-wing coded, so
yeah, they didn't strictly say you look MAGA, but I remember I was at the convention. I made the joke like, do you want L or do you want his gay Republican boyfriend? And we had a good laugh about that. And I was like, yeah. They're like, where'd you hear that? And I was like, I don't know, somewhere on the internet, someone described Light as a gay Republican, and I always found that funny. And she's like, are you a Republican? And I'm like, what the fuck?
You Republican? I mean, it's pretty accurate. If he was in America, he probably would be Republican.
Probably, yeah. It's just really, it's really scary for them to just directly say that to you, because they have no fucking fear about it. Because why would they? Like, they hold all the chips.
Only the right wing must be silent. Must be if you have right wing. Look what happened to that lady who voices Pearl. She didn't say anything. Just found out about it, and all of a sudden it's news for a week that she follows Charlie Kirk and stuff.
The problem is that all of the fantasy stories now, like if you watched the Willow show, if you want,
you can't. By the way, it was so embarrassing. Disney just deleted off the roster out of shame.
Rings of Power. If you watch The Witcher, it's all the same. It is. It's all the same. And with video games, it's the same as well. Like, there's not as much of a unique style to this at all.
Okay.
It's a huge problem.
I think they're gone.
Just be careful. Where are we anyway?
Afterlife of the Gods?
Oh.
I call it the Everyone. So, what's the plan, boss?
Stories for a little girl.
It's so Disney. It's so Disney. So coffee shop, Californian coffee shop.
Girls? No, they're not. They're stories for quirky loser millennials.
Yes.
Why does she have to be so quirky, and why are we so afraid of or embarrassed by a true fantasy setting where people speak and act like they would in a serious, mature
Christopher Nolan.
fantasy setting? Why is there a gelatinous cube named Frank? Where in Greek mythology did we have something like this? The creator
The gelatinous cube is like I love also random humor, which is very millennial.
Of these cartoony girl bosses or quirk chunguses show that they don't really
quirk chungus. I like that meme.
Really understand what made other fantasy titles so popular with female gamers.
There's also like I think that women, this is again, I'm really not an expert on women, if you can't tell. But I think that women do really truly value sincerity. And I think that the constant quirkiness and
everyone does. Everyone values authenticity. Is that there's a certain subsect of people that are usually women and led by women that do not like it. They want it to be sanitized, they want it to be edgeless, and they want it all to agree with them.
And removal of any sort of serious.
It has become so prevalent that this idea of a company seeing something and saying, "Oh, we gotta bring in women. We gotta bring in more," because the idea is, oh, we're leaving so much money on the table. That's been the destruction of so much money. Actually, is the thought of we're leaving a lot of money on the table. Because we're just having guys buy this stuff when there's a whole section, there's a whole market of women there that we're not tapping into. So they start changing things to appeal to these women. And so, okay, wait, look, it's a lot safer now. It's a lot more coddling. It's a lot more stupid. And Disney-fied over here. Come on, women, come. It's safe now. You can come over here and buy Warcraft and stuff. That's what they're thinking. So that's kind of what happened to a lot of these things, where they made it more gay, more because women see gay men and they see a safe environment. They see lesbians, ironically see a safe environment,
which is hilarious because gay men are some of the most misogynistic people I know.
Yeah, because like they're gay, they don't have a bonus fight. Like just there's very very critical of women. But yeah, they see gay men, they see lesbian women, they see this women-led stuff. They think, oh, this will get them in there. This will get them feeling safe, and they'll come into this place, and they'll start buying. Never once thinking that, oh, if we change all these things to appeal towards women, the men will leave, which they do. They never think about that. But yeah, they just think that whatever it is, whatever they do to this franchise, these stupid cavemen will stay and just buy whatever. And then we'll have their money and the women's money.
This nature of something is off-putting. It's off-putting to women and to men. And I think that they value it because it's emotionally engaging. It is. Mm-hmm. And so, like, and I've noticed this before, is that, like, whenever you talk to a girl in a way that's, like, more serious, oftentimes it can be more effective than if you add emojis at the end of every single sentence and you like, put raffle or, like, LOL at the end of everything. Right. I think it's true. Like that they don't really like that as much. I mean, there's some girls that like it. It's not like they don't like it at all. But I think that really that type of and the reason why I think that, I'm going to go, oh God, this is going to be, oh geez, it's so sexist. So I think that women are more
Whoa. Asmongold is like, hold on. Now this is going to be sexist.
Biologically engineered to value sincerity because they have to, because the men that weren't sincere to them left them with a baby and they died.
Yeah, I can get behind
I think
that.
They're biologically wired to value sincerity.
Well, women that's like the main function of a woman. They're supposed to be able to weed out the bad men and then value the good men. But now they just weed out the bad men or they weed out the good men and kind of embrace the bad men. And they call it I have standards. It's a meme now. It's like, oh, a woman who runs into a guy without any job prospects and is an ex-felon, get into the bed. But a guy who's like reliable, makes a bunch of money, is loyal, it's boring.
It is weird. I do think well, actually no, it's really not pretty common. Every culture on Earth has a like, women are valuable, but you cannot give them absolute power. Like, every culture on Earth has that. And those that don't, they either don't build civilizations or their civilizations collapse.
Yeah, they die down.
Very consistent. Someone back me up on this. whenever you have total sexual freedom, your civilization dies within 3 generations.
Usually what happens, yeah. I think someone proved that historically.
Yeah.
Let's see. Megalithon, they should $10 super chat. Sorry, Stu was driving to the other school, and wow, there were a bunch of pixel painted painting of sexy women. Liz changed them all to bowls of fruit after the allegation. Oh man.
Oh.
So they got Harvey Weinstein. They got Me Too so hard. They got rid of all the sexy women and exchanged it with bowls of this innocuous bowls of fruit. Interesting. It's a
more and in a unique way versus men. Bro,
I don't think that's true though, because men also, in fact, it's kind of what the scientific experiment recently proved, is that men like sincerity as well. Everyone likes authenticity. Everyone likes sincerity, except men are more in tune with justice. Because women will just feel, that's the whole experiment, was that women will feel bad even for a bad person when they're in pain, but men take delight in seeing bad people punished. So yeah, men are more in tune with justice.
You're so dumb. I'm sorry. Okay. That's just what I think. I'm making all of this up. I have no evidence for this. I have no foundation for this. I literally just invented this in my head.
Based.
Well, it's like, well, he's half right. It's just that, everyone likes authenticity, not just women. It's just everyone does. So everyone values it and seeks it out. That's why, people start holding microphones and stuff like that, because it feels more authentic if the guy looks less professional on YouTube.
But that's what I think.
Look at things like Skyrim or even Elden Ring as like a really small example. They are games that are just completely themselves. Every character fits naturally into their setting. There is no unnecessary comic relief to make female characters more relatable or less awkward, and there's no Disney-style over-narration of events to make sure that girls will understand what's going on. Those games are just good, and that is why everybody likes them. You don't have to overcompensate at every turn with cute and whimsical characters to get girls to play your game. I'm gonna say something.
Well, that's another thing. It's like, oh, we want to get girls to play the game. How do we do it? Okay, so this is what you have to do. Listen, so you have to add in, okay, so you want to get like a little cute, like a stuffed animal thing. And then
that does work. As evidenced by Baby Yoda. I mean, they had it in Baby Yoda, and all the women were just gushing over the Mandalorian now.
To put it in the game, because girls, they loved it because their brains are like the size of an egg, right? And they're stupid, so you have to show them like a stuffed animal, and they're like, oh my god, it's so cute, and then they're all gonna play your game, bro. It's so easy, dude. That's all you have to do.
It's probably pretty much spot on to what actually goes on in these meetings. It's like this. I don't know. Put a toy in there. My kid's like Fort Fight, right?
Fort Fight.
It's that performative male feminism has majorly contributed to the industry's skewed and out of touch view of female gamers. When this sort of thing receives any bit of criticism, you'll have the white knights come out and say, "Oh,
men being closed off."
Here we go.
Off to women's stories. Dude, oh my god, how cringe.
Weak men, fragile masculinity, you hate women if you don't like.
This is why mothers cannot teach sons to become men, because a man knows how to connect with his son because they're both men. A woman will just instantly go for the masculinity, instantly go for self-esteem. So in order to punish her son, a mother will instantly tear him down as a man, which is not healthy for growth. And she could teach him how to be more of a woman, but you can't really teach him how to be a man. It's how you get neckbeards who hate masculinity. They just hate masculinity. So a man will be like, okay, son, you did this incorrectly. Now let me show you how, and we'll give you another shot at it. There's no need to tear him down and say he's a loser and say, oh, you're not a man at all. All right. So this is how feminized men will just attack people. It's like it can't possibly be that they cannot possibly connect with these guys on a male to male level because they're women in a man's body, oddly enough. So because they've been obviously raised by a single mother or something like that, and they didn't really have a dad to teach them how to be men. It's a whole Fight Club thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they don't have to attack like this. Men being so closed off from women's stories, like, who are you? Aren't you a man? We men to close off from women's stories. Like, men are not closed off from women's stories. They'll instantly tear you down on a man level. They can't connect with you on a man to man respect. They have to tear you down as a man. Like, you're just a weak, fragile man. Like, no, it can't possibly be that there are other things wrong with this scenario. It has to be that you're a fragile man who hates women. It has to be that.
And also, like, the concept about this is like it's so stupid to me, because like, who cares whether somebody else like this thinks it's masculine or not? Like, why would any guy who's reading this is not going to be like, oh my god, Jared doesn't think I'm strong, I guess I have to change my opinion. Like, it's just it's so female consensus coded that it's obvious.
This sort of thing. Okay, if you take actual incels out of the equation.
Also, men will tend to like lead the operation, while women will tend to like ask around. That's what happened with Warcraft. World of Warcraft also. They might have brought back the old leader, director, or whatever, but I think he mentioned that either before he left or when he came back, that it was no longer him leading it. He would come up with ideas, but it had to go through consensus, which is very feminized.
In which nobody really takes them seriously. The truth is that a female protagonist isn't the problem. If that were the case, so many massive franchises wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's not the problem. And in fact, as Asmongold went over and we went over, there are a lot of really cool female characters in Warcraft. A ton of them.
Even been half as successful as they are.
Didn't we just have Resident Evil Requiem come out and it was really good? And Grace wasn't sexualized at all in that game. She was attractive, sure, but like, it's not like she was sexualized, and nobody even talked or complained about that for a second. And that movie came out this year. So it's all bullshit. Like, we don't even need to go back and look at like an old video game like Tomb Raider or Nier Automata. Like, just look at a few months ago.
The problem is with modern developers that will take a legendary, well-established IP.
He's totally right.
Use it.
I'm playing through Resident Evil 4 again, and I'm a little disappointed that Ashley isn't like, you can't look up her skirt anymore, but she is still just as cute and just as fun as she's always been. I still really like Ashley, in Resident Evil 4. I think she's just a good little character, a good little helper, and she was for the most part, delightful to escort. And there are moments where she just gets to be adorable. Like, there's a shooting gallery that you can go up to that the merchants hold, and if you take Ashley with you, she'll sit on a nearby thing and cheer for you as you do well. And I'm like, oh, that's
way better than the skirt thing.
Yeah, I'll take this, Ashley. It's fine. This is adorable.
Yeah, it turns out they don't always have to be sexualized. What's really winning anime in the West is that the girls actually like you. The girls are actually pleasant. Even the tough ones, like the tough girl powerhouses or whatever, they still like the male main character or the male character around them. They get oftentimes they get doughy eyed, and they get nervous around them. Like, they like the male character. And oddly enough, when you have female characters who are pleasant and honorable and have a lot of good qualities to them, like actual good qualities, are not just powerful and just justify being a bitch because they're powerful, when they actually are concerned and concerned about their friends and being good characters just in general, men tend to not complain about them because they're good characters.
Yeah. Oh, just to go ahead and kind of prove my point even further, how girls love a strong, like, competent man. I've got my list of my top of all the Dakimakura I sold last weekend. I sell mostly to women. In the top, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the top 10 dockies that I sold, meaning the most of the same kind, only 2 of them were women. And specifically, the 2 were Luna from Hell of a Boss. Fair enough.
Makes sense.
And Toriel from Undertale.
I don't know how that is, but Undertale I do know is very popular.
Yeah, Toriel is a overweight goat mom, and on
I see her.
Yeah, she's the goat mom from the beginning. Very, very kind lady. The rest, all men. Although Jax is number 2, and there's a lot of reasons people will buy Jax. It's not just the trans thing. Most people don't know about that. But everything else, all men. Although Astolfo's in there.
Most people don't know about the Jax thing because it's not in the show.
Mm-hmm. The number 1 best-selling Dakimakura last weekend, and it's not close, Leon Kennedy from Resident Evil 4.
Oh, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, because on one side we have his Resident Evil 4 side, and on the other side it's his Resident Evil 9 outfit. And you know what? In Resident Evil 9, that Leon Kennedy is a jacked older man. And boy, I got a lot of positive responses when I flipped him over to Resident Evil 9 side.
Fantastic. That's pretty good news. See, that's kind of what happens. What they're missing out on. They think that women will flock to movie as long as there's no romance in it, which is stupid. But like as long as there's no straight romance where the guy is strong and masculine, women will come see it. But they're doing the opposite of what most women want to see. So women don't come see it. Like, do you think women want to go see a movie where it's like it's pandering to them, but it's like, oh, it's a female-led movie, and the women all like crackheads and whores? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Or are they gross or something like that? I don't think so. Like, I don't think men would go see a movie where the main male character is too much of a loser.
There is an audience for it, but it's not what they think it is. It's always fringe. It's always like cult,
Yeah.
Cult, yeah.
It really is. It's like it's just the woke people. There's the modern audience, which like barely exists, and or doesn't really. It doesn't. It's just a few people on Twitter who are very angry and very loud.
Leverage to sell their own games with mediocre writing. Let's be honest, nobody would buy this if it didn't have the World of Warcraft label on.
No, it's I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what scene this is, but I can already tell it's cringe just by the way they're moving
on it.
And that's exactly.
I can already tell it's cringe by the haircut. That's all I need.
Not be focusing on the extremes that deflect from valid criticisms and concerns when it comes to things like this. Nobody who's normal has any real problem with a female game protagonist, but we also shouldn't reward mediocrity just because the protagonist is a woman.
I do think to an extent people have kind of like they've poisoned the well by doing it so many times and positioning the female protagonists as being superior to the male protagonists in like a bunch of ways. And like just the way that the characters are written, etc. I do think that they have poisoned the well, that there are some people that will just like the moment they see a woman, they're like, oh my, no.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
and
he's
the
totally
thing
right.
is that like,
and people who are just like upset at a female character in general, it's like, okay, well, it's not really the attitude you want to go with. It's the reason why they're there and how are they written? That's why anime, all these so-called chuds and everyone who's misogynist all love anime. They all went over to anime because I mean, anime is full of female protagonists and female characters who are powerful and everything too, but they're also really good characters, at least interesting characters. Like I remember watching what's it called, the Country Bumpkin Swordmaster or whatever. And he's just he's like very humble, doesn't really believe himself to be very powerful, but he is. And he has like a harem of students that he used to teach. Like they've all grown up and become like really cool people, like knights and experts and everything. And they all just are in love with him. He has a harem of these beautiful women who are in love with him, and he has no idea. But he's like, oh well, I taught you. That's pretty cool that you made something of yourself.
The most popular character in Demon Slayer, or I think that's it. Yeah, it's not Tanjiro. It's not the main character. It's one of two people. It's either the boar guy because he's funny, or it's the guy with multiple wives, and women love him. Oh my god. And they love him because he's a badass who's fucking 3 women at any given point. Like
That's what women tend to like, is the rake, as they usually call them, like the badass, usually rich, confident guy who can have any woman he wants. Women tend to like that character. Let's see.
Yeah, it's stupid to do that, but at the same time, it's not a surprise, because if you keep showing people that same pattern, then that's what they're going to expect to see.
Male feminism has been incredibly damaging to so many studios, including Blizzard, who did have a lot of skeletons in the closet of their own in real life, but they thought that it would be reasonable to turn women into fruit as compensation. I've asked this before, and I will ask this again. What message does this send about women's bodies, especially in a mature fantasy setting? It's hardly a children's...
It's people that don't want to have women be sexualized at all. But the problem is never, and this is the main issue that people miss with sexualization. So sexualizing women in a way that is inappropriate, like, for example, some woman is just dressed in like a normal clothes and people are trying to take photos of her in certain positions, upskirt photos. Like, basically, it's very obvious, maybe it at least is to me, it's very obvious when a woman is trying to be seen for being sexy versus not. Like, it's about the way that you dress. It's about the way that you present yourself. It's, you know, like if you're laying down, taking a photo of yourself in a bikini like that, you're trying to be perceived and appreciated for your body. That's the way it works. That doesn't mean it's okay to sexually assault somebody. Of course not. But the idea there is very different than somebody who's trying to like stare at a girl at a gym, right? And every, like, I don't know about you guys, but like, every normal guy kind of knows this, right? Like, we all kind of know this, where it's like very clearly it's a big difference between, you know, there's girls like, you know, on Twitch, for example, there are girls that just sit around and all they do is dance around with like their boobs out. It's very obvious.
I thought I was going to say there's some girls on Twitch who go to gyms just for a chance to get stared at, and then they can make a big fuss about it.
I mean, those do exist.
Yeah, they only go to gyms and wearing like skimpy attires and positioning the camera so that they get filmed, but they can also see the guys behind them to make, oh, that guy was staring, that guy glanced at you for like half a millisecond. Get him, dox him, ruin his life. He's a creep. And see, his voice is the new He-Man movie has that problem. He had the muscles, but not the confidence or masculinity that men and women want in their heroes. Yeah, and it's also like they went to like I kind of almost think that the writers are like, oh, he's perfect because he's half masculine and half feminine, because he was in HR and he likes to start a dialogue and he wants to like reach out to touch base on feelings and stuff. And that's why the power of Grayskull reacts to him in a much stronger fashion, because everyone else was just like a brutish man and just kind of manifested in brute strength. But with He-Man, with Adam, because he's in touch with his feminine side, it becomes far more powerful. That's kind of what happened in the movie. So probably without knowing, because the writers they think all men are these toxic, brutish cavemen, which is pretty accurate to what they think men are. But really, a good masculine man is like Aragorn. And I keep saying this, but it's very accurate to summarize what a man should be, which is be nice until it's time not to be nice anymore. That's kind of that really does summarize a proper tone of masculinity. You're not always aggro, but you're not always coddling and submissive either, or nonchalant. You don't brush everything off either, which is like the preferred method that Twitter wants men to be, where they want men to be docile all the time and to just let everything go and let them do whatever they want. Because a real man wouldn't complain. But really, a masculine man, a properly masculine man, knows to be nice until it's time to not be nice anymore. And Aragorn is like that.
It's that sexualizing this person.
What is it? You cannot be a pacifist, but also not capable of great violence. Otherwise, you're not a pacifist. You're helpless.
Yeah, as Jordan Peterson says, a weak man is not a moral man. He can't be. He has no choice but to be compliant. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the stream for today. We went like halfway through that video, and it's pretty good. But,
sorry, I'm probably part of the problem.
we went pretty far. I mean, we got pretty far in that one. But let's see here, chat. Let's go to stream memes. Stream memes. Let's see here. Get the top of the memes here. We did definitely reach Pillarman. In fact, let me see where the counter is. We are just for $16 away, actually, from reaching the week's goal and getting more Yu-Gi-Oh! GX this time. Which I'm not regretting saying I'll watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX instead of 5Ds. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX has been very underwhelming overall, but Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, on the other hand, awesome. Just actually binge watched it. Binge watched a bunch of episodes. It's been that's pretty good, I have to say. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds as a good investment of time if you like Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway. But anyway, chat. Let's go ahead and go to stream memes. And of course, stream memes will transition over with Pillarman. So lower your volume or raise your volume, chat, whatever you prefer. And Pillarman in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, yes, everyone. Thank you much, everyone, for your generosity. Thank you much, Carla Token Nerd, and of course, everyone else who decided to donate today in very generous numbers. We have them down there with Alchemic 80s, Lady Fastlot, Carla Token Nerd, very generous this week. Very, very generous this week. And here we go, chat. Alex Halo says, GX definitely takes a while to get good, sadly. Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of seems like that because Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D is like episode 1. we're off. Off to the races. He's already dueling like the security guard guy, I think, in episode 1. And see your chat. When you thought it was Friday, but it's only Thursday. Yeah. Dark Souls 2 Snake Woman, Elden Ring Snake Woman. Stabs a troll, stabs a Nazgul, stabbed by a troll, stabbed by a Nazgul, stabbed by Shelob, and then, of course, Sam stabbed Shelob. Did you know that guy that plays Sam got like $200,000 for all 3 films? He got very severely underpaid. Not to mention, apparently, according to the interview I saw, the whole moment where they're going up the mountain was deadly. So they had to wear like these because anytime they would slip off, they would just fall to their doom, literally.
Oh boy,
it really was Mount Doom. So they had to wear like these cords or something like that would prevent them from dying if they slipped off of it. Except for one moment where Sam is carrying Frodo. See, they couldn't actually have a cord or a cable connected to Frodo. So at any point, something went wrong and Sam dropped Frodo, Frodo would die, literally.
That's insane.
Like, oh, there goes Frodo. He's dead. And see, when you're in space, Vietnam, and the trees are talking in a teddy bear. Let's see. Top 10 vanity plates ever spotted. No question. Nuance. I don't know. I feel like it's more complicated than that. A knight must be brave. Give the sorceress from the asylum a chance. I see. Yeah, it's very brave. We'd love to see it. MAGA Pearl is the best. Steven Universe fandom. It's even non-binary applies to gems because we are aliens. For humans, it's mental illness. Nice. Very based. Look, I'm no sugar daddy. Not yet. Not with that attitude. and followed it with "Those days are over." What was the mayor's life? I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Kirby. Boy.
What is even that is a reference to? What is that?
Never forget that Lilo and Stitch, the Proud Family, Kim Possible, Jake Long, and the characters from Recess, because they all had crossovers. That is canonical, yeah. It's a computer could never be horny. He's or sad. He's just as happy as he means to. Therefore, a computer must never make a dungeon master's decision. Stu, the cooler Stu. The gooding Stu. Well, yes, I can secure a loan. And see, wow, that is complex and trippy and cool. And boom.
Uh-oh. Wait, is there someone under that?
I think it's a fake Spider-Man or something.
Yeah. That's really sick, actually.
That's right, fornicators. I'm talking to you. You're all fornicators. Till you're 90. I would never be a simp. At your service, my king. I mean, it's okay to be a simp for Kinger. He knows what he's doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Xbox, change is good. Nintendo, parkour. I'm Batman. I'm a Mario. I'm Batman. I'm a Mario. Your POV, you're set at Kaiba and you just invented the turbo dueling. That's true. This is where he got the idea from. Yes, motorcycles are cool. Motorcycles are peak Yugi. Gotta go fast. Card games are motorcycles. And it makes... I would say it makes sense, but doesn't. It kind of makes sense in the terms of Yugi. The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Being the unique world that it is, it makes sense there. Winter is coming, and it's Princess Kenny. I'm Yusei Fudo. I'm the serious one with the voice that makes the fan girls swoon. Dependent personality disorder. I mean, she's like a really complex character. Like in the other one, you get Taya, and you get Mai Valentine, and you have Serenity as like the main female characters, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really all that great. She's really complex, actually. Where she actually they had to tack on like this sob story for Mai, so you kind of feel sorry for her. She was born from her backstory. You can tell. Like that's her whole thing. That's her whole thing. It's not just something they tacked on.
Mm-hmm.
Built up from that backstory. Wiener, 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 one wiener next to another wiener, wiener party, floppy wiener. So imagine if men were calling a game misandrous anytime the protagonist didn't look like this. Yeah, that happened. It'd be pretty funny. But that's exactly what women are doing. Like, oh, she's not 300 pounds and 40. Well, then you're a misogynist. You're just you're a predator because you like attractive women.
Yeah, you're porn brained.
You're porn brained. Yeah, we're porn brained. Yeah, that's it. We're porn brained. And that might be convincing if we haven't looked on the shelves of any bookstore lately. Let's see. When people ask why I have custom chants for every monster in my deck and refuse to put the card on the mat until I've said the whole thing, it's the most over-dramatic way possible. The King Duel must be entertaining. Kaiba owns a Blue Eyes White Dragon jet, and suddenly card games on motorcycles don't seem quite so ridiculous. Yeah, I could see him going from Blue Eyes White Dragon jet to card games and motorcycles. And also the card games and motorcycles that I've seen, the duels on the motorcycles are awesome. So they might be retarded and ridiculous, but they're cool. And that's kind of all you need. Blue Eyes White Dragon. No, Kaiba, no. Bad Kaiba, get out of here. Next I summon this, my Blue Eyes Whoop Dragon. Whoop, 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 whoop. This is Zoidberg. Tiny little chair. Yeah, tiny little chair. Almost make Tyrion look like a little person. Let's see. In a duel, you can't just win with just monsters. Not just the monsters, but the spells and traps too. Speaking of traps, there's Jax. I can't believe you lost to Yugi. You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Thumbs down. Let's see. I think the dinosaur is looking for his next meal. Listen, Akiza, You got to treat a duel runner as you would have with a woman. Go on. Never mind. I sense that I've made a mistake of some kind. I'm dating a motorcycle. There he is, Stu. There's Joey Wheeler's cousin. Is that Joey Wheeler? No, it's his cousin. Some other Wheeler.
Yeah.
Apparently he's been to jail, too. He's got a little mark on his face. He's a delinquent.
That's funny.
Let's see. Get out of here. There's Jax. Dude, you ruined it. This has so many uses today. Alternate happy ending. Let's see here, chat. A Game of Thrones, a song of ice and fire. Sub dub. Say, what's your name? It's Yusei. I have no idea. That's right. I thought that was like in the story, because the whole episode is called A Duel to Remember, because Yusei has amnesia for some reason. And he duels this kid, and then he gets his memories back. But he doesn't tell him what his name is. Sub dub. Oh, they kind of got rid of all the graves. Kind of interesting. I guess what is her being in water and you can just see her stomach is like too risque, I guess. Help me. Let's see. And then they about to drop the hardest folk album in Westeros. The greatest folk album ever recorded, with lots and lots of throat singing. Lady Stoneheart. Okay, I'll read that later. And then Waluigi. Literally Waluigi. Grand Theft Westeros. I'm the king of turbo duels. And then Yusei says like, nah, not. You guys always act like you're better than me. Who is this? Oh, I mean all of these? Probably. Is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Virgins? That's interesting.
V Reigns.
Oh. Activate my trap card. Dramatic cross right the meme. Like, aha! There's the meme. It's from Yu-Gi-Oh! Little did people know. Let's see. Don't repost and use.
Okay.
And there's this. It was like really like just dead All Might back there. It's just withered away. You got a little something on your. Oh, what is this?
Like
a little baby just got. Oh, is it invisible or something? I don't know.
I think that's Bakugo and what's her name's baby. He exploded.
Oh, that's pretty funny. It's like, oh, you birthed it and.
Yeah, Attack on Titan. Okay, cool.
That's. Honestly, that'd be pretty funny. Just like, it's like a little smoke cloud.
Mm-hmm.
A little tiny little mushroom cloud. Extra thick. And home. That's definitely King under there.
The fucking chest hair is getting me way too hard.
Well, you're the king piece in your chest set does not have chest hairs. Let's see. Marvel reveals China exclusive poster for Spider-Man Brand New Day. Let's see. Is that a thing we have? This is Bubble Bass. That cartoon frogs. Don't you, Anon? No, because I'm trans, apparently. Okay. You're not attracted to Ribbit, you're just trans. Turns out. Digital Dungeon Danger.
Okay.
Let's see. If it doesn't put lotion on its skin, it's gonna have a bad time. Steven Seagal says, I just read the greatest script I've ever read in my life. The guy replies, really? Who wrote it? I did. That makes me a sad panda. So these are Stu's two most popular characters.
Female characters.
And
Otherwise, the most popular was Leon Kennedy, and no, it wasn't close. That's
Makes
just
sense.
that little tweet was just cute. It was a dog being dressed as Metal Garurumon. It was just had nothing to do with anything. I just thought you guys would like it.
Let's see. All right, chat. We're gonna go ahead and close that stream for that. Thank you to everyone joining me. Thank you much, Stu, for joining me today, and thank you much, Best Chat, for always being Best Chat. Have a wonderful rest of your day. So again, of course, next time.
the fight. When the darkness has fallen down and the times are tough, alright. The sound of evil laughter falls around the world tonight. Couldn't keep it in